Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a Wednesday edition of High on Politics. Glad to see you all here. I hope that you've had a good day. It's another weird start time. I do apologize for anybody expecting me at 2. We got to do a lot at the hospital today. We're on the path to healing. Hopefully, Uni will be discharged by tomorrow. We're on that path. Lots of learning today. We got to do lots of learning, but guys, I just want to say that she's doing pretty well today. The healing is, it's going to be a lot because she has 5 incisions like all over her abdomen, and it sucks, man, because like she had this moment where like she was coughing and like it hurts to cough, like it really hurts to cough. So immediately she was just like, oh my God, oh no, like I hope this isn't long term, but doctors came in and said that it's just part of like because of the incisions and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we are definitely on the path to healing here, and I gotta say, man, like I said this yesterday that she is fucking inspiring. And I it almost sounds like passe, it almost sounds lame, but for fucking real, man, like to see the resolve and like also to see her go from, you know, like there are moments where she's not really doing great, but at the same time she snaps right back in and just she's taking care of it, man. Like it is so fucking cool to see. That woman, anytime that I start feeling bad about myself, I'm just gonna think of her, and that's just how it's gonna go, like for the rest of my life. So I think that's pretty fucking awesome. I already knew that she was this strong, but to see it like this, it's fucking inspiring. And I gotta say, man, her sense of humor through this has been insane. She made multiple nurses laugh today that just it warmed my heart. And today was therapy dog day. We met this wonderful dog named Buddy who came and spent some time with her. It was adorable. They technically weren't supposed to let Buddy on the bed, but my wife she said absolutely no way that was she going to deny a dog a place on her bed at her feet. So it was so cute. I tried to post a picture of it on Discord. For some reason it wouldn't let me. So I'm going to try and figure that one out because, that one was like, I should have filmed more of it. We did get some film, though, so we'll see what happens with that. But, yeah, therapy dogs, man, you don't really think much of them until you need one. And then to see her not attitude, that's the wrong, to see her light up, just to see her have her day brightened up immediately by that, I gotta say, invaluable. Like, therapy dogs are one of the best things on the planet. It was kind of cute, though. She was like, I really wish they had a way to do therapy cats, but then they were like, well, they also do, like, mini horses, and she was just like, I could see a pony! It was very, very funny. But, fortunately, but unfortunately, it seems like they're, doing the pony day after she's getting discharged, so, yeah, and that's going to be likely tomorrow, so I might be able to stream. I don't know. It all depends on what happens. Honestly, tonight is going to be a shorter stream than we're used to. But either way, I'm here to have fun with y'all. I'm here to hang for a little bit. Gonna talk some politics, do all that fun stuff. Hey folks, sounds like we're on a good one. Yeah. I mean, today's a good day. You know, it's been a rough few days. I'd say that yesterday was probably the roughest as far as like just kind of going through this. How does cannabis fit in her treatment plan? It fits very well in her treatment plan, but this is the only problem, is that because of where the incisions are right now, she can't laugh, she can't cough too hard unless she has like a very specific pillow. And they said that this is going to be about 4 to 6 weeks of like the healing. So they do not want her doing anything that could cause a hernia. So that really sucks. RSO. I don't know what RSO is. I'm not good with acronyms. I think that everybody kind of knows this. I don't know if this is part of my disability or if I'm just stupid, but I'll go with the second one. Hey, thanks for the update, Pep. Appreciate that. OMG, what's OMG? DJX? I can't do this. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Gummies. Yeah, no, we got this figured out. She is gonna do like little tiny bits. So, like for instance, she's gonna do like Benjamin, and she's just gonna kind of like that. Just take little baby hits. Yeah, because as long as she doesn't cough, it'll be okay. So, which she does have a tendency to take massive rips. Wait. Give me one sec, guys. All right, cool. I had to take care of something. RSO can be used. Oh, okay, yeah. So, maybe. You mean classy hits? Yes, the classy hits. I like that. By the way, Kyle's video he posted about this is an actual content of 13 minutes in. Just be aware it was kind of clickbaity if you're gonna watch it. I was not actually gonna watch anything from Kyle Kalinske today. That's cool. I did not know that. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool about the tincture thing. Yeah, okay, so because I know that the tinctures, like, I took a tincture once, and, oh boy, that worked really well on me. So, yeah, I think that that's something we're going to have to try. Should I learn Russian or German? Learn how to speak Canadian, huh? Please, thank you are the magic words, and, you know, oh yeah, you got to do oh yeahs. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm not even kidding, folks. I don't know. Let's put it this way. If there's a major update as far as just like my wife's career and then my own career, I don't know, man. I might become a Canadian citizen at this fucking point. This is the first time I've, honest to God, thought about it. Because I already do have family ties there. I have, you know, I got a nice, good, clean record, even though, you know, the content creation thing, it is a little weird. Apparently, they do have special rules for people like me, so. But yeah. Are we ever going to win the Stanley Cup again, eh? Yeah, well, you know what? If all it'll take is if Pep Talks moves to Toronto and then become a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, which that will never happen. So, yeah, I guess they're stuck without a cup. Either that or maybe I just bring my luck and they beat the Blackhawks. Oh my God, could you imagine? They actually learn how, or they learn. We get to the playoffs finally. We face Toronto, but I'm living there. Pivot to maple syrup reviews. Yeah, right. I mean, this is literally just me speaking like, oh wow, this is the first time that we've actually talked about this kind of thing. Because me and my wife have absolute, like, we love our home. We love the area that we live in. I would, honest to God, just like if I could just make sure that I had enough to pay my taxes on this place, and you know, just pay off my mortgage. That would be like that'd be the works for me. But isn't that the dream for everybody, though? You know, God, But with this medical debt, I don't know, guys, because realistically, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about like, yeah, legal state. I'm in a legal state, yeah. But we were talking about just the finance. Like, if we have to, like, for instance, I'm gonna just say this much: if I get pushed into bankruptcy because of medical debt, peace out, U.S. I'm done. I'm done at that point. Cut to catch Pep in Canada freaking out about ketchup on hot dogs. It's not the only thing I'd be freaking out about. I mean, I know they got pretty stringent like free speech laws there too, so you got to kind of be careful with that stuff. I don't know. Like, as I said, guys, I'd prefer not to. Like, I would, with my luck, I would literally move, and then all of a sudden, the U.S. would just be like, "We moved to socialized medicine." I'd be like, "What?" Yeah, I didn't get to see my favorite, I guess hospital wait staff is what I would call them. But man, she is, like, she was based as fuck. Yeah, I did not see her today. It sucked. But yep. First time that I've ever genuinely thought about leaving this country, because it makes absolutely no sense. It makes absolutely no sense because my wife actually, like, this is kind of part of the existential thing that was going on, where she said it perfectly, and I'm gonna just kind of repeat what she said. She has done everything right. Her entire life, she has tried to be good. She got good grades. She went to college. She got her degrees. Then she found a trade that she loved, and then she excelled at, and she did everything she could for that company that she worked for, and then did everything for everybody. Everybody. My wife is one of those people that, because she's in the she's perfect for the service industry because she loves it, but because people take advantage and they are just like the worst types of human beings, sometimes it burns a little, but like this was the main one that really got to her, where she, like, this wrecked her, because she finally just said, like, what's the point? What's the point of doing everything great when you see the worst people on the planet getting rewarded for, like, during their lives, but this is what she gets? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's fucking insane. And she's not wrong. And my dad tried to, like, talk me down off this ledge because I was talking about this with him, where I was just like, "Dad, I feel the same fucking way." I'm like, "Dad, I literally cover the worst people doing the worst things all day long. And you know what? One thing that the Epstein files taught me is that no, karma is not real. There's no fucking way, because these people are going to die happy. They're going to die like feeling that whole thing. Like, I had a very fulfilled life. Now here's billions of dollars to whomever the fuck, because, like, whether it's their kids or whoever, it's a system that does not reward good people. So what's the point? Like, honestly, like, what's the point of being and this is where my dad talked me down, where he was just like, "Because that's not you, kid." My dad calls me kid. But he's just like, "Yeah, it's you, kid. Like, you're just not that person." He's like, "And would you want to just become a bad person just for this, the sake of feeling like that's what you should do? Or, like, would you feel worse?" I'm like, and that's what also sucks, is the fact that I have this conscience in me. It makes me where I'm like, "Oh, yeah, great. Yeah. I can't even be a fucking piece of shit. That's messed up. I can't grift because I don't have it in me. I cannot do it. I can't fucking just be I would probably pivot to, like, just doing, like, a fake character for MAGA that would be ambiguous, a la Colbert. Good on Pep Dad. My dad's a good dad. He knows how to talk. He knows how to talk me off these ledges. It's the reason I love him so much, but he's also, I don't know. There was one point where it got a little annoying, where it was just like, my wife and I want van life. Now we live in a van, or went van life, and we live in a van full time, urban stealth camp. I'm not getting stuck in an address when the bit hits the shan. I don't know why I always like those little mixes on words. That's funny. No, but I'm not looking to, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave Chicago. I love here. I really do. But after watching, like, and ruining my night, by the way. I really should have signed off. I could, like, last night, can I just address this? Like, watching the fucking California thing, I should have signed off before that. I really should have. Because somehow, some way, that made me feel worse than, like, some of the stuff that's going on in the like, with the hospitals and just everything that's going on. Like, I ended up feeling more hopeless because I hate being right. I hate fucking being right. But you know what? I'm one of those guys now where it's like, yeah, I have a little bit of an ego because I am right way more than I'm wrong when it comes to fucking predicting politics and what's going to happen as far as, like, I don't know, once they start instituting policies and seeing them in action. That kind of tends to be a thing. And then also pointing out that, I don't know, the Democrats doing all this fuckery in California when, like, you have people from out of state like myself that find out about your gas tax. 71 cents is insane anywhere. And the fact that they try to justify it for being, like, for road costs and all. No, I've seen California. Your roads ain't any better than ours. Shut the fuck up. It's crazy how fucking short-sighted they were. And then on top of it, they should all like, everybody in California should vote against Gavin Newsom and never give him another position in politics because he abandoned them. He completely abandoned them. He didn't give them any fucking success. It's literally the fucking Biden bullshit. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Nope, don't copy image. Sorry, guys. I just got my new, What's the date today? Oh, really? I can't do dashes? Thank you again, Televani. Everybody can, if you enjoy my thumbnails lately, you can attribute that to Televani Mage for being an awesome contributor to the show and offering her services to do the thumbnails. And they're bomb. You know, she got that touch. She got the power. Anyway. There we go. Look at that, much better. I think you guys can see it now. Woo! Yeah, it's updated. All right. Let's, thank you, Natch, for shouting her out. Justin, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Bloodstone, how you doing? Oh, hey, we got the, oh, you know what? I'm going to celebrate 420 properly with you guys. Because I'm not going to be able to do that. So... And also, yeah, probably not going to be live on this space tonight. I know, probably some syndicated content or something, but realistically, this week is one of those, like, I already planned on this. Right, 420, let's go! Ooh, that's my first smoke of the day. Ooh. Ooh, that was a good one. Wow. Patty Craig, how you doing? This looks like a professional political program. What, am I supposed to wear a suit? Is that, wait a minute, is that the whole thing? I'm supposed to wear a suit, get a haircut, you know? All of a sudden, that makes me that much more, yeah, who cares? Go watch fucking MSNBC or whatever the fuck. I'm a real dude who talks about real issues and just the realities that we all live in as a working class citizen of America. Yay! But, you know what? If you found reasons to hate me already, then cool. Cool. Man, I'm getting kind of used to that one. Although I saw that somebody one of my friends sent me an article about Asmongold. He's getting hair transplants. And I was just like, oh, shit. So that means, like, I'm lucky. I still have all this. Like, it's thinning on top, but it's not, like, thinning to the point where I have bald spots or anything like that shit. Yeah, but I don't know. I looked into it. Those hair treatments are probably for, like, someone like me. I would probably need, like, 400, like, of the little follicle things, or maybe 1,000. So I think it was like something like $4 per fucking follicle. So it could get a little expensive. I know that the average is between like 10 to 20K. So I know he's got that money. Fuck, good for him. I'll probably be wearing a wig before any of that shit happens. Yes, as Asmongold is getting fucking gender-affirming care. Isn't that ironic? After lamenting that he can't find a woman, gee, is it his shining personality? The fact that he really is just a fucking... He is the poster child for every fucking lonely dude. They charge per follicle? Yeah. Yes. And your donor, so like my donor area would be this. I have the dumbest fucking hair growth system like ever on my body. Chest hair, what's that? Never got any. Don't know why. I know. Here come the low T jokes. I get it. I fucking get it. But no, I got the most annoying ones where it's like it'll start here, like halfway on my moobies, and then they fucking like just my nipples are. It's just like fucking jungle, like, and then down here. It all moved to my belly, but for some reason I'm missing a patch on one side. It's just like I don't know what happened. So yeah, that sucks. It really sucks. No back hair though. I got lucky. I don't have back or shoulder hair, so grain of salt. Yeah, it sucks. I will just say that much. It does suck. Like, specifically, like, why the hairy nipples? Like, really? Of all, like, nothing here? All here? And then, oh, dude, yeah, then the fucking pits get, like, just wild. I would probably take it, like, if I could, I would take it from the armpit hair. I'd just be like, yo, go for it, man. Jesus. Well, that seals it. I have no extra hair except, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think you can use that though. I think it has to be back hair, leg hair, arm hair. I'm not even sure if you can't, like, I'm not sure if chest hair you can. Because I think that is the same type of, like, coarse follicle. Whereas, like, belly hair? Come on. It's the same as my fucking, come on. What are we doing? You have polar bear body hair. I look completely shaven until you get close and realize it's all just see-through. So you just have really fine blonde hair. It just looks like you always have like a sunsheen. That's actually kind of funny. It's like, I don't know how I got like albino hair. That wasn't on my bingo card. Oh. It has to be a little, hey, all right, just when I felt a little weird. Okay. But yep, I would take it from the belly. Especially, you know what? God, I wish I could just do that now where it's like, guys, you could even like, you could go and just do it. Like, there's like no pain. There's like, it's nice and it's all fat coated. Do it before I get healthy because, oh my God. If there's one thing this inspired me to do is I'm getting healthy again. Yay. I'm going to actually like, go to the gym. Ugh. I'm lying. I'm not going to go to the gym. I'm going to fucking just do a bunch of fucking workouts at home. Like, I hate gyms, dude. I hate them. I absolutely fucking hate gyms. I'm so hairy, I look like I've been dipped in corn syrup and dragged across a barbershop floor. just fucking... You got that, like, wolf boy syndrome where you gotta constantly shave down, or it's just like, otherwise... All right, that's pretty funny. You wrote yourself a new routine last night. Cheers. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. Well, now, see, I still can't really talk about like the full thing that's going on. I'll wait for Uni to give her 2 cents on this. I don't want to, you know, I already break HEPA a little bit, or like I already get too close to that in her case, or it's like, yeah. But realistically, it's anything that I disclose here, I try to talk to her first about. So, I'll just say this much. Yeah, she is going to have to change her diet, which there's a few things that she has to cut out that I'm just like, oh, so if I have a cheat day, I gotta go do this like elsewheres, because I don't know. There's a few things in there that I was just like, no, like bacon. That was a big one. I was just like, no. Yeah. But her mom kindly pointed out that turkey bacon is a thing, so. Wait, wrong. Uncontrollably sobbing in your car. Wait, go on walks and then home workouts for a bit. Walking is the most important exercise. Yeah, no, I go on, like, that's the one thing I've been doing a lot more of, and my wife has to do a lot of that too, so. Yeah. Stairs and girl hormones. That's like my wife. My wife has a little bit of that Italian gene, and there were times that she would just look at me and she'd just be like, well, that's not fair. She's like, wait a minute. Really? Very true, Justin. I forgot that one's super important. No, walking is the most important. Like, you got that right. Uncontrollably sobbing in your car. Yes, I have done that. I know, Peps. I know. Maury Starlix, you makes a very good vegan bacon. It's not. She can't. It's not vegan. She has to stick to like poultry. It's mostly white meats. And no red meats at all. So no more pork. No more beef. Which, yeah, I'm still gonna be eating that crap because I can't not. The big one was hot dogs. I was just like, no. Have to figure that one out. I don't know. They make chicken sausages that are pretty good though. I had these like applewood chicken sausages at a cookout recently that I was like, oh shit, these are better than normal like pork sausage. Like, I know the Chicago in me. Oh, that's a hard one to admit, but it was, dude. It was so good. They garnished it with some like fucking finely chopped onion, like caramelized onions, with a little bit of oregano. Holy fuck, they were tasty as shit. I have to make those. Turkey bacon is the closest thing to pig that ain't pig. All right, thank you for telling me that, guys. Yeah, if you have advice on that, and please, by all means, let me know, because. Ooh, yeah. In Chicago, hot dogs are a human. What? Are all beef, Vienna beef. So House voted yes on war. They did. Hoo-da-hoo. Thank you for that information. Appreciate that. Here, House. War Powers Act. House is preparing for a vote on it. Oh, so this is how they're going to end the war. They're going to blame the Democrats. I knew it. I fucking knew it. They're going to blame the Democrats and the rhinos in Congress, and he's going to say, you know what? I had to listen to them. I had to listen to them. So does... All right. Let's see. House is preparing to vote for whether to halt the U.S. military action against Iran, potentially defying President Donald Trump as a handful of Republicans signal they are ready to join with Democrats to end the 3-month-long war. House Speaker Mike Johnson has tried to prevent an outcome that would show the mounting opposition to the war, abruptly shutting down floor action for 2 weeks. Blah, 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 blah. This is a reckless and a costly war. Opposition to war grows. Congress exerts its war power authority. Here we go. The War Powers resolution from the House would not immediately stop the war, but it would provide a symbolic, if not legal, step against further military action. Oh. If approved, it would go to the Senate, where 4 Republican senators last month joined Democrats in advancing similar measures. It's not only action Congress. It's not the only action that Congress is taking. National. Okay. Still not getting any updates on it. All right, so let's see. Republicans won yay, nay. 204. Oh, shit. Yes, 218. Oh, wow. So it looks like it passed. Sorry, I had to double check. Yep. Easy way to put it would be... Yeah, would have been great. Yeah, it would have been great if it weren't for the Democrats coming in and blocking. I couldn't do anything. This is the one time that he doesn't even bother to try to challenge it in court, just being that fucking brazen about this. Like, come on. Oh, man. That would be wild. I think the secret to keto is eating like half of your weight in salads, protein, and I don't believe in keto. Keto's stupid. I don't believe in fad diets. I think that it's as simple as this, folks. Eat whatever you want, really, in moderation. And then, yes, you need to make sure that you have at least the bare minimum of, like, your complex proteins and your, fruits and vegetables. And you want to just make sure that your gut biome, like, the biggest thing is making sure your gut biome is fucking in good working order. Like, do you understand how many people are walking around with really bad bacteria in their gut that is causing a lot of their health issues? And this is one thing where I'm going to sound kind of like the hippy dippy fucker that I look like. But that's one thing, like, I got right, where I really focused on, like, Yakults and having probiotics, like, because holy shit, dude. Once I started taking those, I started feeling so much better. Keto's not stupid. It's fine for some people depending on what they need. I'm just saying it's stupid as a fad diet. Like, the way that people were selling it, like, come on. Look at Joe Rogan, the way that he tried to sell that shit. Oh, please. I'm going to tell my dad that one. Usually, from what I've seen, though, keto is not something you want to stay on. No, because you'll get gout. You'll fucking get gout, man. I don't know. I knew someone that ate a lot of meat, and he got gout. Keto's prescribed for some kids with seizures. I mean, that makes sense. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying that there isn't, like, medical viability. I'm just saying as, like, a long-term diet plan, Joe Rogan is better a man than you ever will be. You kidding me? God fucking capped him at 5'3"? I don't think so. You can put on all the muscle and you take all the testosterone he wants. Dude, I literally got a full head on that motherfucker.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
All right, sorry guys. I had that live, by the way. That's from PBS. WTTW. Joe Rogan's, I think he's like 5'3". Man, he's a widow guy. I might have that wrong though. Oh, 5'7". He's a widow guy. Nah, for like that macho fucking bullshit, nah. He's a widow baby. He's a widow guy. Whoa. I could literally, like, I mean, dude. Joe Rogan will whoop my ass? No, he wouldn't. I'd run faster than him. I ain't looking to fight nobody. Oh, put him up. Oh, he would whoop you. He would whoop you so hard. All right, let him. I'd sue him and have actually enough money to live. Let him attack me. Let's go. Let's fucking go. You get to my age and you stop fucking talking about that shit. No one cares. Why the fuck are you defending him? If he's so tough, why are you here? Like, what is it about your your lack of masculinity that you have to go defend some other dude's masculinity? Do you not understand how fucked that is and how gay that is? Like, dude, no one's gayer than you right now. You are going so hard for Rogan. He's so cool. He'd whoop your ass. I've never met him, and I like his comedy and his show, but he would whoop your ass, and he's a cool guy. All right, dude. Just make sure you say no homo before you fucking, start saying that shit, because you're riding that fucking line, man. Imagine saying Joe Rogan would beat someone up when Joe is not senselessly violent. Oh, yeah. No, the funniest part is Joe would actually like me. I tell it like it is. I smoke a lot of weed. He likes people like me. I would make him think about, different things. That's what he likes. You know what he doesn't like? The meat riders. Funny enough. No doctors tell you how to or how necessary it is to replace your gut flora after any antibiotic regimen. Yep. If doctors did that every time, this country would be so much healthier. Yes, it would be. And even my wife knows, like, she's, that was something she was getting big on. And man, it sucks. My man is stronger than your man, buddy. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what it is. And it's like, it's so much worse than the, like, my dad could beat up your dad. Like, dude, you don't know this guy. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't imagine standing up for somebody. Like, this guy probably is out there thinking that, like, oh, this guy is one lefty. I bet, you know what? He probably would say that about Hassan. It's like, no, I don't give a shit. How dare you? Joe Rogan saved my life when I was working doubles at the car wash. How dare you? Yeah, he saved me from boredom at work for fucking damn near 10 years. Seriously, that's the funniest part. I probably know more about, like, Rogan lore and, like, old school Rogan than you do. Wait, what do you mean your wife was? What do you mean? Oh, my bad. No, it's not like that. No, she just can't eat things. It's just, yeah, yeah. We're waiting to see, like, how some tests come back and shit like that. Like, for now, it is, yeah. It's not like that. No, she just has to change her diet, like, significantly. Because, yeah, big changes. Cue the 80s music. Don't you forget about me. Ah. When you walk on by. All right. Rogan is the dumb guy's intellect. Well, I mean, there is the thing is, like, I recognize where his appeal is. He can speak to the everyman, even though he's not an everyman. This is you know what? Realistically, I'm gonna do this. I'm a better fucking comedian, pothead, podcaster. I do more hours. I put out way more content than him. But I'm an actual fucking working class dude. Like, you wanna try and relate? I'm right there with you, man. I struggle to make my bills. I struggle every fucking day, especially in this fucking economy. Like, and I wasn't struggling. Like, we had a nice, comfortable life before my wife's cancer diagnosis. Like, and I'm a perfect example of how the U.S. medical system can fucking just ruin your entire life. Or I shouldn't say okay, so that's not fair, because the medical system is good. It's the payment system, the insurance companies. Pep is actually funny. Hey, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. He hasn't done anything stand-up wise that I found to be worth anything. Shit. Over 10 years? Yeah, Joe's kind of a hack. So is Tom Segura. Bert Kreischer, all those rich fucks. They lost what made them funny. They lost the ability where, like, there is something to be said about you knowing that these guys live very similar lives. That's why podcasting and these comedians got as big as they did. That's why people love Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis is literally the dude that, like, lived in a fucking double flat in Philly, and, like, he still has that vibe, right? Like, he just bought a big house and he never changed, which is rare as shit. But it depends on how, like, he tries to protect that and what he does in, like, if he starts losing that ability to fucking just call things out. Like, at the Kevin Hart roast, that was really nice to see that he still, like, his imposter syndrome has made it so he cannot just be one of those rich fuckheads, which is great. That's what is going to keep him really good at comedy. Sorry, guys. Just realized I have to do something here. Fuck. What's the difference? Oh, I actually like the first one better. We'll see. Anyway, he lived in a van down by the river. Pep isn't as easily swayed from position to position as Joe Rogan. Fuck no. Fuck no. See, that's why I brought Shane Gillis, is because I got that thing that he has. I have this inability to shut the fuck up, but I also, like, have an inability to not, like... So, for instance, I don't even know how to word this. So, in a situation that somebody would, like, whisper something just like, hey, if you do this, then we'll give you $1 million. It's just like, this guy just offered me $1 million. $1 million. But he wants me to do this. It's like, hey, there's, like, NDA stuff. It's like, no. I beat you to this before you even let me know about an NDA. Like, that's how I would handle something like that. Like, I just have this inability to fucking cater to these, like, Hollywood type fucking fake entertainment assholes. Like, nothing drives me more crazy than the betrayal that I feel than when, like, I see Tom Segura actually is a perfect example of this. Tom Segura is one of those guys where I got into his comedy because of the way that he would talk about everyday life. Now he literally talks about his regiment that costs $800,000 to fucking be part of, his all his routines, again, that cost millions of dollars to be part of, his fucking house, the boats, all the bullshit. Who really? Okay, so, like, and this is where I genuinely do think that, like, they got all these deals from these millionaires because the billionaire, like, to become millionaires, right? Because the billionaires were just like, oh, you know what? They'll probably point out, like, how much we suck, and we kind of think they're funny. We want to be friends with them, so let's pay them enough, and they'll be our friends, and they'll be part of our class. You know, we don't want them hanging with the schlubs. That's why when Gillis came out and he's just like, I'm doing this for the guys up there. Fuck you, fuckers. Like, he pointed to a bunch of celebrities and said, this isn't for you. This is for the people up there in the 300 level fucking laughing their asses off, because you know what? Those are the people that are taking a day off from their fucking the daily grind. They're spending their hard-earned money to go and fucking have some fun. Whereas you motherfuckers were probably gifted this. You probably got a gift bag. It's insane, man. My boyfriend looks like skinnier Tom Segura. I can't unsee it. I'm sorry. Well, all right. At least he's not, like, he doesn't have the attitude of Tom Segura. That's funny, though. Well, here's the deal. Comedians have always brought the truth out of life, and so you're right. These motherfuckers are now paid off. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Like, that's why I can't stand it. I can't stand, and, like, Joe Rogan was like the fucking prototype for these dumbasses. I can't stand that shit. I can't stand the fact that they kind of ruined comedy because now that's what people want. Like, they think that's the end game. They think getting a fucking penthouse. Like, I've always hated comedians, and this goes back to when I started, like, even thinking about doing comedy. I hated comedians that did comedy to get acting gigs. It was their way into Hollywood. Fuck those guys. They never actually loved the art of it. Like, they never really appreciate comedy. You know, like, one of my favorite types of comedians are the ones that, like, still work clubs. Robin Williams, he worked, fucking smaller clubs because he knew, he was just like, yeah, like I never want to lose this. George Carlin would work out his stuff in a smaller club. Like he would always go do that. And the thing is, he would never announce it. Whereas these guys, it's a whole thing where it's like they expect to be able to show up to the comedy store, the Cellar, or the fucking mothership now and just have time. You know, that's bullshit. You know, Amy Schumer did that at the Comedy Store. Or no, at the Cellar. She did it at the Cellar in New York. To a young up and coming. You know what? I don't want to blow up his spot. I just realized that this is not my story to tell because this was told to me in confidence. So it was a young up and coming comedian that is now very famous. I'm not sure if he's talked about this publicly, so I'll just say that Amy Schumer came in with a little her posse while he was on stage, and then she fucking started red lighting him to get off and so she could have more time. That's a big no in the in comedy. You don't do that shit. I don't care how fucking big you are. And that was also the big thing that for me that showed it's oh, she doesn't give a fuck about comedy. Hope everyone. Oh, hey, by the way, Nick, what up, dude? Hey, yo, my senator is actually going against Trump for once. What the fuck? Is he one of the ones that isn't up for a vote, or is he retiring or any of that? I happen to notice that most of the ones that are retiring are the ones that got voted out in the primary. They're lighting it on fire. So, oh, here, Bob, just so you have something that you can answer. Fuck it. 14 likes. That's actually not bad. Not bad for a stream that just started. Not even an hour in. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe came out today. Woo-woo! Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that one. That one looks like CG slop, but it also looks fun. So I'm gonna wait for my friends that really give a shit about He-Man to go see it first, and then I'll go see it. Like Genghis Khan. Let me know what you think when you see it. You see it, where they are going after Elon for criminal charges for the accusations of the election interference in France? Yes, I did. And the thing is, that election interference one, if they do find that there was election interference, that does give the Democrats a fucking clear shot to have the 2024 election investigated, which they would be very dumb if they don't do that. Jackie is going against Trump on social media. Authorization for tourists. Kind of makes sense because Vegas needs tourism. Oh, right. Yeah, also Mark Wayne Mullen said that they're going to be patrolling the World Cup stadiums. Yeah, that's great for tourism. Loving the colors today. Black hat, white hoodie, black mug. Hey, thank you. I hate to be this guy, but yeah, no, I grabbed the first thing that was in my the top of my laundry because it was laundry day, and holy shit, it was one of those ones where it was just I have 6 loads of laundry to do. Oh my god, fuck, that sucked. Woot, what up, Batch? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for popping on by today. What's up, Pep? Hola, folks. Yo, Bob McPherson, the cool Bob. You're the cool Bob today. Well, we got 2 cool Bobs, I think. Yeah. Right? Oh, yeah, Bobby Fischer. You're not cool, Bob. We got the cool Bob over here. Mark Wayne got 2 first name, Mark Wayne. Yeah, at least it's... Well, let's see, Mark Wayne. Nah, I was about to say, it's not a girl's name, not 2 first name and a girl's name. Now, Charlie, I hate the fact that I do have one of those ones where it's just technically, because I know a few women Charlies, but they spell it with an I, which I didn't even know that was an option. Can't trust 2 first names? No, you can't. That's ridiculous. Full disclosure, I almost just choked on my coffee. I just had that moment where it was just like, Gah! With Justin I. Yeah, Charli. And I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, Lie. That's how you do it. Even though, you know, fucking Kirk had to go and get Kirked and then have his name where they're... Dude, there was nothing more embarrassing than that Starbucks bullshit that they were doing where they're just like, everybody was Charlie, and I was like, no, I am. And then people are like looking at... When I said that, I will never forget the day. I remember talking about this on stream, where the lady looked at me like I was doing the bit, and I just said, that's my actual name. Yeah, not a great time for us. And she just started laughing. It's like, yeah, Charles, yep. Well, I mean, you're going government on me. I always say that to my friends when they're just like, Charles. It's just like, oh, what are you, collecting my taxes? It's not that uncommon. I know it's not that it's uncommon. It's not uncommon. It's just more so like, I don't know. Like, hey, you can be Charlie's. Hey, it's almost like that's the reason that he became my favorite Pokemon. Because, like, that's like, I used to get bullied, obviously, in elementary school, and they'd be like, Charmander! Look, it's Charlie, and it's Charmander! Char! Like, they used to do that shit all the time. Nah, the weirdest one that they ever came up with was this one dude. He, like, in 8th grade, I don't know why, like, or how this happened, but these two guys that, like, I ended up kicking it with in high school, because, like, I guess, you know, they learned that I was actually pretty cool, not just this weird nerd that, you know, didn't really fucking like the sports bullshit that they did at that time. Yeah, these guys would just be like, hey, Chuckles. Hey, Chuckles. I was just like, all right, you know how that, and then they somehow, like, joined forces like a bad fusion, and then they were just like, hey, it's Chuckly Beef. And I'm like, Chuckly Beef? What the fuck? And it was because I used to, like, I used to get, like, for some reason, my dad would pack, like, an insane amount of, like, beef sticks. And I'm talking, like, summer sausage beef sticks, right? To the point where I'm just like, I can't eat all these. So I'd share them. I'd fucking, like, split them and be like, yeah. So one of my boys was just like, look at you always giving out the beef. And then that's what, like, Chuckly Beef. And then, seriously, that stayed with me for all of high school. I was just like, why? Really? Just like that? Just like that. Chuckly Beef. Oh, okay. Whatever. Chuckly Beef Supreme. Hey, yep. Your dad made sure you had friends? No. I mean, I guess my dad made sure I had friends just by having a personality. Like, dude, I've always had to do it the hard way. I had to like personality the shit out of my fucking life. God damn. 90% of my friends were made because I either made fun of them or I made fun of somebody else in that, like, a perfect moment. And then all of a sudden we were just, we were buds. Bro, but kids don't play like that anymore. Everyone is so offended. Really? Yeah, I don't know. I was talking to my niece about this shit. She just turned 12, right? She was talking about, like, how, like, what they say online and how kids bully. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, you know, because they could go on your fucking profiles and, yeah, it's got to be easier and, like, they got to be way more vicious. No. You kidding me? Yeah, and this was all before cell phones. Yeah. I had looks, now I have to have a personality. I mean, it helps when you got a little bit of both. That's major. My parents undermined all my friendships and rolled for low riz when they made me. Oh, shit. That sucks. Yeah, my mom and my dad, I don't know. I used to, like, have more introverted tendencies, but then I realized that I'm not really an introvert. Like, as I said, just have tendencies where I like some alone time. It's mostly balance, which I didn't know that, where I'm just like, oh, I like to balance things. So it's like, yes, for every time that I go out and socialize, I like to have a day where I can decompress and just kind of be by myself. You know, I thrive doing things just completely alone sometimes, where even my wife is just like, you go ahead, go have your time. But yeah, then there's the other side of that where like I can make like my mom gifted me this thing where I can make friends anywhere. I've met so many cool people that I still talk to like daily, where yeah, I met them at like a random thing, like I remember a big one was C2E2. I went one year just by myself. I made so many friends that year that I still talk to, which is wild. It's just like, damn, you know, pretty much like most of the guys I played hockey with, that kind of shit. Although, I'll be honest, I had to like pick and choose people from like the hockey programs because, yeah, there's some real pieces of shit. I don't know what it is about team sports, but it brings out the fucking real pieces of shit. The ones with the dads that were fucking definitely teaching them to be chauvinist pieces of shit. The ones that would always talk like behind their fucking wives' backs with their kids. That shit was wild to me, dude. The amount of guys that I saw at like, because I used to play in these father-son games, right? My dad didn't play hockey, so I would go and play, you know, for my brother. So me and my brother would be just, you know, getting our stuff, like we'd be getting ready and just hearing the shit that these dudes were talking about in the locker room. It was just like being on any normal team, to the point where my brother, you know, he's pretty hardcore Christian and shit. But before, like, this was right before he kind of like got really involved in the church. But even he was just like, that was disgusting. I'm like, yep. And he's like, how come our dad's not like that? I'm like, because our dad's not a massive piece of shit. And my brother woke up to something that day where he was just like, oh, wow. Wow. Okay, cool. Team sports was vital for my character building. I'd say it was, because it also, like, it did teach me on how not to act. Team sports is the root of everything wrong with reality. No, locker room culture is. It's not the sports themselves. It's the locker room culture. It's the shit that happens when you're off the court or off the ice. You know, like that shit, that needs to be talked about more. The way that, like, we also have this expectation of young men just developing through being pieces of shit. You know, it doesn't help when you have dads that will not explain, you know, statutory grape, or essay in any way. Like, they almost do the opposite. Like, dude, I remember having this conversation with my dad because, like, he brought up hard to get, right? And, like, I brought up, well, hard to get seems like a woman telling you no. And if, you know, if she says no, I'm not interested, then you just gotta take her at her word and then go do something else, because otherwise you're a fucking stalker. Like, you're a stalker. That's weird. But the amount of dudes that fucking, they felt like, oh yeah, that's the way to go. It's just like, oh my God. It's also like this way of just, they're so entitled to that bullshit. Yeah. That shit was way too normalized. Fuck yeah, it was. Fuck yeah, it was. And then you have the other side of that too, where it's like, dude, do you know how many women I've met that just completely debase themselves because they think they are expected to get a man's love? And these are women that I met that I expected, where I'm like, I hate to say it, but it's like, I thought, oh, they must have a fucking, you know, a fucked up family life. No, turns out, not really. Every romantic movie does that, though. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It's almost, oh, Jesus Christ. Come here. Where is it? Oh, you did not eat it. Oh, tell me you didn't eat it, dude. Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. We got a squeaker issue. Uh-oh. is it? Where's the We got it. Yeah, the last thing I needed was for him to be like, I got it. We got it. We're safe. That scared the shit out of me. I'm like, oh my god, this is about to be a $200 to $300 fucking vet visit. Ah, shit. No, you can't have that. No, I've already spent money on you doing that. Oh god. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna smoke on that one. Holy fuck, that scared me. He tore the shit out of that fucking lamb chop. You want your new one? All right. Here, I'll get you your new lamb chop. We'll do that. But here, you also get a treat because you're so cute. Sit. Sit. And sit. Good boy. Good boy. All right. Hold that shit in, pussy. Why? You get all the THC within 3 seconds. Anything else is actually just hurting your lungs. Yeah, mostly it's actually like the coughing, like the induced coughing that gives you that feeling of the extra high. It's kind of fake. Nat, you taking off? All right, bro. I will catch you in a little bit. You could hear it every time he barked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then you could also hear, like, it was actually the scarier part was when you couldn't hear it, and that's when I had to take them in, because they were just like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's oxygen deprivation? Yeah. Well, it's oxygen deprivation and the fact that they were just like, oh, this could obstruct his, his internal organs, and yeah. That sucked. That sucked. But they did it. They got it without surgery. They induced him throwing up, and he threw it up. But dude, it was just like this. It was actually like it still squeaked. No, sorry, didn't mean to confuse you. I know who Natchet is gonna watch. It's not me. Wait, there's another guitar streamer? Huh. Dude, I gotta get my buddy Pat to fucking play guitar on my stream. One of these days, I gotta get him on here. The dude is a master guitarist. He's played with guys like Joe Satriani and some of the greats. Oh my god, don't do that. Chronic just went crazy. Ah, shit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you guys got your dogs out there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, really good guitarist. Nice. Papa meant no offense. What'd you say? Must be my toxic masculinity leaking through. Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. The problem is if you don't recognize that, like, okay, like, I recognize some of the toxic shit that I grew up with, but that's kind of the part that is different than me and a lot of other dudes, is I recognize it and I want to be better. These dudes are fighting for the status quo of maintaining being able to be a piece of shit. And too many women normalize it. I'm going to call that one out, too. Too many fucking wives are out there normalizing this idea, like, that their husbands aren't massive pieces of shit. Do you know how many women I've met that, like, it's common knowledge that they're being cheated on, but they either are pretending that they don't know, or it's the opposite, where it's like they know, but they're very okay with it because it's expected. You know, It's like she aged out, and then, you know, he had to have his mistress as long as he ain't going out and fucking trying to marry the bitch. Like, I have heard that from fucking some women out there where I'm like, whoa, like, damn. And it's, again, it's this like, yeah, see a poor ass dude fucking try to play that shit. His hoes, different area codes, like, fucking ew. Fucking ew. Like, dude, I had, like, friends like that were, like, they expected that shit of me, you know? Yeah. And that shit fucking, yeah, Chads and Stacy's. Yeah, dude. No, you ain't joking. Fucking Chads and Stacy's. And they deserve each other. Those Stacy, the thing is, they're all gonna die alone and miserable because they're all fucking narcissistic assholes. They're gonna have kids that they don't even fucking want. God damn, dude. All because they think they're supposed to. You know how many fucking friends I have seen have their kids and then just be like, oh, I thought this was gonna be something different. And they can't say it. I'm sorry, like, that shit is wild to me, where it's like, oh, I mean, if you just said it, because we all know. It's like, you don't think we see it? You don't think we see the fucking, the sheer relief that comes over when it's like, I got a babysitter. It's just, they're a lot, man. But they're great, you know. I will also say that they are your future. They are also, you know, kids are funny as fuck. When they say that whole thing, like, kids say the darndest things, they do. You know, I love the fact that my nephew, he just doesn't give a shit. Like, damn, dude, the shit that he has said to his fucking, like, his grandma, it's just like, oh, damn. Like, he just wrecked you. He just called you old and said you were gonna die soon. Like, fucking hey. Cap, I love my kids. Great. Good for you. Was I saying that everybody was like this? I was saying there's a lot of people out there like that. The fact that you just said, Cap, I love my kids, tells me that you hate your kids. You do understand, like, how that works, right? When you guys get defensive about the weird shit, like, I have to just assume that you actually, like, harbor some fucking weird resentments towards your kids that you've never dealt with before. So you feel the need to double down and go, like, no, what are you talking about? I love my kids. Like, your kids aren't in this chat. I hope not. Like, the fuck? Who you proving this to? Like, what did you add outside of just like, oh, now I'm the subject of the streamer's ire, and oh shit, now he's making me think something a little bit different because he does bring up a good point. Interesting. God-fearing, hypocritical white nationalists reproduce. Yep, it's dangerous. Ish. I mean, I don't know. You know what we need more of? People fucking not just following their parents' politics. I remember the good old days where people would not do that, but there's nothing worse than some shithead kid wearing the red hat with the rest of their fucking family, and they never stood a chance. They never got to ask questions outside of, like, their family and their fucking their little, you know, social circle. Which, yeah, as an ex-Christian, I know what I'm talking about. You're assuming too much? And you know what they say about assuming? It makes an ass out of you and only you. Moses, I don't know. Sounds like you're the one who might want to get right with God or whatever the fuck you're doing here. You want to get on some DMT, bro? Yeah, go open up your third eye. Have some ayahuasca. Jesus Christ. I love that these, like, right-wing dipshits, like, they're still, they talk about psychedelics like they're just finding out about them, you know? Like, these are those idiots that, you know, it was beneath them to do some, you know, some fungi or any of that. Like, you're in a cult like me. It's so hard to have any other view. Yeah, no, it is. No, it is, like, genuinely. And the thing is, they Like the way that they try to structure is that like this is why they hated the fact that my dad didn't go to church, especially their church. Like my dad refused to go to their church, and he even told me he was just like, "Fuck no." Like most people are weird, and they're trying to tell me what to do. I don't think so. It's like, I can see how that's really annoying. What you doing there, bud? Oh, you're so cute. Your kids have subscribed and become members of Pep Talks. Yeah, wouldn't that piss you off? Like, all of a sudden, they're just like, we kind of like this guy. He told our dad to shut up, and honestly, he was kind of right. Been there, done that ages ago. And that's, yeah, you know. Derek. Hello, Derek. How are you? Welcome to the show. Why are you? Well, I'm not. So, why are you defaming somebody on the internet? I mean, you don't know how much money I make. Your IP is tied to your account just like any other shithead here. I don't know, dude. You don't know how to play the game very well either, because you're walking that fine line there, homie. But I don't know, Moses. It's kind of like I said, you keep telling on yourself. I think that you are worried that you're a bad parent. I also think that, I don't know, your search history just became very sus. Something that might want to be looked into. I was raised as by a conservative Christian racist. I think it was just born I was just born a socialist or something. Even when I was younger, I never felt like I really vibe with my parents' views. Yeah, see... Yeah. So, what are we doing? Okay, I'll chill. Derek. Nice, bro. He's just like, oh, dude, he's cooking this guy. Yeah. Well, like I said, dude, nothing's easier than when you have somebody coming in here like these dudes. Like, number one, I don't know who they're following where they think that this is winning. Like, this is a winning interaction. Like, they don't see that you're easily telling on yourself, you know? Hit the like too, dude. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thank you for that. Also, if you have not already subbed to the channel, look, and subbed. Hey, high five. That was a high five. You grew up Jehovah's. Ooh, you were JW. Okay, yeah. Dude, I have so much in common with JW kids. Except for, like, you guys were even... You had way more stringent shit, but yeah, me and this guy Gabe, I'll never forget, like, when I met this dude. Like, we clicked immediately because he was Jehovah's Witness. And I was just like, there was nobody else there that really wanted to talk, you know, politics, religion, or anything like that. I met him at, like, this wedding that we were at. And immediately I was just like, you want to go smoke and fucking, like, talk about our, like, our fucking religious trauma? He's just like, that sounds like fun. And, yeah. Just talk some mad crap. Good luck in your sad life. Why do you keep telling on yourself? I don't talk mad crap. I'm just fucking responding to you talking your shit. Oh, you want to try this shit? Dude, you tried to fucking be just as mean. You were a condescending little dickhead. But now you're... Oh, here, a little pat on the head for you, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I nailed you too fucking hard on this one because you were too busy telling us exactly who you are. Jesus Christ. I hope your kids' fucking friends know to keep their kids away from you. Because, as I said, man, somebody coming in here saying the shit that you're saying and fucking... just gotta say, crazy. Crazy. So cute. Love our animals. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Got a thing for my wife here. Give me 1 second. Back there by like 8. Shit. Damn. Yeah, this is definitely not going to be like one of my longer streams tonight, no matter what. Owie, my feelings. You're dumb. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what he just did there. All right, so cute. He has a house in Florida. Oh, hey, don't do that. No doxing. Please don't do that. No doxing. I try to practice what I preach here, so I Jesus, Derek, fucking vicious, bro. Fuck. This is also YS. I have been, trying not to talk too much shit to people out there on the internet. He just didn't strike me as the type that knew. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about him. Oh, good. I was just like, yeah. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Just came back to say, you dumb. I'm off to enjoy living. I just came back to say, fuck you guys. I'm going to enjoy my awesome life. Oh my god, he just did the thing where he's just like, I'm off to go fuck I'm gonna go fuck my hot wife and you guys suck. Jesus. Oh man, why you gotta troll yourself so hard? Like, goddamn, you made that so easy. Like, thanks. Didn't even have to work at that. I was mad at God for most of my life. Like, he didn't care about me, but I had some strange yet very real encounters with him that I cannot explain. I understand spirituality, but I also think that that's just your brain chemicals doing what brain chemicals do. I don't think that we give a lot of fucking credence to the fact that we have random chemical reactions that make us feel weird and spiritual. But I don't know, guys. I know that this is uncomfortable. I don't like going too deep into this one, but realistically, I realized that I was lied to my entire life, where they always said, like, I was going to regret, abandoning my walk with God was the way that they tried to say it. I was just like, oh, okay. Like, they kept saying, like, just constantly, like, how if you don't have God in your life, you're not going to have any meaning. If you don't have God in your life, then what are you going to do when you ask yourself what happens when you die? It's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to kind of be comfortable with it because it's like, ironically, that thing that you taught me about not being able to control everything, well, yeah. But then they're like, oh, yeah? Well, where is it? Like, you don't believe in an eternal soul? It's like... But yeah, I don't. Yeah, once the lights go out, they go out. You might have like maybe I think 3 to 7 minutes where you like your brain is shutting down. The weirdest thing that I ever heard, and if this is true, that is fucked up, that like at some point you become aware that you're dying. Like that, I don't know. That does freak me out a little bit. But then again, man, then it's just like, all right, peace. And I kind of came across like this thought process when I was put under for a surgery, where I was just like, huh, that was weird, because like I just went to sleep and woke up. I was just like, oh, and they're like, yeah, it's your brain turning off. I was like, oh, that's scary. But yeah, the biggest thing was like when they would ask me like, oh yeah, well, where do you go when you die? It's just like the same place you were before you got here. And they're like, they don't like that. Because they don't have an answer for whether or not your soul already existed, because that doesn't make much sense. Unless you believe in reincarnation. LOL, once lights go out, that's it. How do you know? I'm not saying I know, Justin. That's why I'm just saying this is what I think. Why are you conflating what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I know better than anybody else. The weird part that this is kind of part of my whole thing is like why people get so defensive over this. It's kind of like that one guy where it's like, I think people get defensive over this because they do not want to fucking conceptualize nothingness and the fact that all of their meanings are meaningless, which I became strangely comfortable with. Sorry, misconstrued on my part. My bad. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Derek, may I please be a mod because I'm having hella fun. I don't just mod anybody. You'll have to be part of this community for a while, and then you earn that. This is your first day there, homie. Chill. But I appreciate you being part of the community. Like I said, man, just consistently, consistently chat and just kind of chill. Yeah. Okay, I'll stay. Okay. I didn't want you to go anywhere in the first place. Yeah, I was about to say, Rebecca's not even a mod yet, and she's been here for a while, and she's a pretty big contributor to the show. Actually, Rebecca, if you want, I hate to do this when somebody just asks for it, but if you want mod status, you have qualified. You did hit that, I'm gonna be here about every live because you're fun. Oh, thanks, man. Well, that's cool. I try to produce a fucking fun environment for people to come hang out and enjoy politics. Yeah, you want? All right, here. You get a blue shield. Mod Squad, welcome Rebecca into the Mod Squad. Also, Rebecca, just if you ever have a question about any mod stuff, we do have, if you're not already part of the Discord, you might want to consider joining the Discord so you can be part of the mod chat. That is where we solve some of our issues. So, YouTube deleted my words. Nothing means anything, so just try to fill the space between life and death with things that to do, and hopefully these things will bring you peace. Yes, yes. And the thing is, this is why I always had a profound, hatred for this arbitrary rule system that they fucking instituted in Christianity, where it's just like you have to believe in Jesus, and if you don't, then you're not getting into heaven. It's like, that's bullshit. That's literally fucking like by the Bible's text, it's bullshit. It's not even just a misunderstanding. It's literally just like, nah, I don't even gotta be a good person. I just gotta fucking praise Jesus and believe in him, and then I'm good. You know? That's how that works. Safe. It's literally that shit. Kendrick said you can't change life from inside a coffin. That's true. Well, I like your hat. It's cool. Thank you. I like my hat too. Seriously, how is putting YouTube deleted and then the actual deleted comment and it goes through? That is kind of funny. You will go down death row, and I'm sure they will tell you that they believe in God. What do you mean? Meow meow YouTube. I got really depressed when I was in between my early age and my current faith, kind of nihilist. Yeah, no, that's what happened to me. I went down a real nihilistic path, but I also started realizing through studying Buddhism, meditation, spirituality. Actually, Rastafarianism was a big one. Where what I like about Rastafarianism is it really does it employs the spiritual aspects of Buddhism to essentially a Zionist Christian fucking religion, which that does suck. You know. Yeah. Not gonna lie, there are sometimes I'm listening to Bob Marley and I'm just like, you know, high like a lion on Zion is. He literally, there's literally a Zion Marley. Yeah. Even that even the most awful human beings use religion as a loophole of taking account for their crimes. Fuck yeah, dude. Do you know how many people commit crimes against children and then go to church to get forgiven and tell everybody that they're different people, and then they reoffend? And most of the time, these dudes are rich as fuck, and it's usually the church benefiting from it. You know how I know this? I went to a mega church that fucking did that. They literally brought up a fucking convicted pedo on stage and said, oh, well, you know, he found God, you know, and we have to forgive him. You know, if we don't forgive him, then blah, 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 blah. Just saw Godzilla in the background. Hell yeah. You're probably right. I think it would be more widely accepted if it was made a couple of years before everything happened. Hey, come on. Hey, you. Oh, I miss my kitty. I really did actually miss you today. Even though you were a little shit yesterday. Oh, my baby. Hey, say hello to everybody. Hey, hello. 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 I'm with my daddy. Yes. All right, anyway. Yeah, let's talk about some politics, I think. We're getting a little deep into the religious stuff. Bro, I meant how did they know what happened? Wait. What? Oh, how is the Bible real if it was made a couple of years after everything happened? Because it's all based on faith and the inspired word of God. You actually, like, most Christians, they don't even understand that they believe that God chose a select few people to tell this divine story to, without any actual, like, historical, you know, account to it pre, you know, the writings of Genesis, Exodus, and all that shit. And then let's just kind of conveniently forget about the, you know, the blatantly plagiarized bits from older religions. You are a Rasta fraud. Wait, you are a fraud. Rasta isn't about Zionist Christianity. It's Afrocentric anti-colonial movement. Am I wrong in saying that they believe in Israel as a nation state? Essentially, like, I don't know. I'm actually genuinely asking. How am I a fraud? Like, the fuck are you talking about? The thing is, when I was practicing Rastafarianism, it was literally to fucking be a white dude that thought he still believed in the aspects of spirituality through communal fucking marijuana gatherings. Like, realistically, dude, I was a lame white dude. I'm just glad that I didn't fucking, you know, do the dreadlocks thing. That would have been way fucking worse. God, you want to talk about some poser shit? Like, even I was just like, nah. Paul didn't see God. He tripped on on cactus juice in the desert. Oh, it's the same as, like, you know, John that did Revelation and all that. Children are the most exploited. Actually, you know what? Here. How was God created then? Gotta go. Your stomach is growling. Oh. Well, go eat. Writing from other witnesses is one thing to consider. That's not how that works. There were no writings because people didn't read or write at that time. Like, this is where people are such fucking morons. They think that, like, God just created humans with like all the innate abilities that they have, learning how to speak, instead of looking at evolution. Like, do you understand how many people are actually creationists just through being stupid? And then if you ask them, like, hey, do you believe in evolution? They'd be like, well, yeah. Because they've recognized that evolution is no longer just a theory, the way that they try to posit it. Which, again, I love how they're always condescending about theories in science, but they never recognize how they believe something that's finite, and it's literally magical thinking. Like, oh, so you're telling me that you have all the answers. So don't ask any questions ever. Yo, that's not just convenient for the ruling class. Go be ruled. Go. Now this is the where I was saying I hate that I'm a good person, because if I was a less scrupulous person, I could totally use that. Dude, do you know how easy it is to manipulate a Republican? Like, seriously. Oh my God, it's the fucking easiest. I could literally put on a red hat, fucking pivot, and just be like, yeah, you know what? These games, like, do Gamergate fucking 2.0, any of it. Any of it. It's so fucking easy. You're talking out of your fecking arse. The fact that you spelt out fecking arse is, I don't know. I enjoy that. But sure. I mean, I'm just like, I'm pontificating on this. Listen, if I'm pissing you off, that tells me that I'm kind of right. All right. You're giving me the reaction that I thought I was going to get. Again, I should probably keep my mouth shut, honestly. Not trying to start anything. From my perspective, the adjacent condescension or condescending is correlated to hateful atheists. Hateful atheists usually respond to this stuff because of condescending Christianity. Like, how can you see the condescension in the way that atheists approach this stuff, but never Christians? That's part of the problem, my man. Like, Christians, they literally do this shit where they're just like, whatever. You know what? We'll see. We'll see when you're not saved. Like, dude, that's how they... Do you understand how many of these motherfuckers think it's like Club Med? Like, where they're just like, yeah. And they love that. They love the idea of atheists or fucking non-believers not being in their fucking paradise island. But what if... You ever thought about this? What kind of lame place heaven would be? Like, goddamn. Seeing your family all the fucking time. Like... Apparently, they all look the same as when they died, or not. Or do you just get to pick or choose, like, at what point, I guess, your entity or whatever on these, again, golden roads. Yeah, totally not a human concept at all. Like, what the fuck, man? It's a stupid fucking mineral. Why in the fuck would there be gold in heaven? But whatever, man. I'm just asking questions that I think most people have actually, even in Christianity, asked. Like, I asked this shit when I was a Christian, and I never got good answers, and it was always based on faith. Well, you gotta have faith. Just gotta have faith. Gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. You gotta have faith. All right. Whatever. It was fun. I'm all right with it. Yeah, atheism is simply believing in reality, and it's not even a belief structure. Listen, I'm not sitting here being like, I believe in atheism. What? Atheism is the lack of believing in theism, which theism is tied to believing in some kind of outward entity or a god of some type. What is conflate? Like, why is this always conflated? Do you know what some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever talked to on the planet have told me that, well, you're part of a religion, atheism. Like, that, do you understand how, like, that makes me kind of go like, oh, I really want to use the R word on you. Like, holy shit. Like, that's the prime example on that one where it's just like, whoo, oh boy. Justin, yeah, man, I get it. Love y'all regardless. No, see, and that's true Christianity right there. You know, not pitying, loving your neighbor, and also trying to accept the understanding. And also, you're not saving anybody's soul by fucking getting them to just be like, I believe in Jesus Christ now, and now I go and shame everybody that's gay or anybody that sins. I'm going to go and make sure that I'm the sin police, because that's how you guys, like, there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than a newly recruited fucking born again, because all of a sudden they're the ones who never lived in sin or with sin, which then these are, like I said, the ones that you look at their actual criminal records and you're just like, well, hold the phone. But they're forgiven. They're forgiven through the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and through the heaven structure or whatever. So that means that this supersedes any of your man-made laws. God. You're listening and lurking, guys. Got to start getting ready. All right. Yeah, man. Buddha's name doesn't get this kind of reaction. Buddhism is not a religion in the same vein, dude. Christian evangelicalism, especially in America, You guys, like, don't understand. It's the fucking preachy nature and the condescension. That's it. And then, ironically, you can't read a history book and realize that's why we even broke from England. You understand, like, how that worked, by the way? You like the, and then the Puritans, well, actually, I think, did the Puritans get kicked out of England? I think they got kicked out. And then they came here. But either way, we broke from that. Like, we evolved so far from puritanical fucking rule that the founding fathers were just like, yeah, fuck that noise. Yeah, we don't need no state religion. Like, come on now. You're thinking of anti-theist. They are people that are actively attacking other religions. Yes, that is anti-theism. I am not an anti-theist. You can have whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. As long as your belief structure doesn't, supersede somebody's rights, which, again, most American Christians tend to use their fucking religion as a weapon. They never use it as a tool to fucking heal. They never use it as that because that's not fun. That doesn't actually make them feel like they're going and judging, like they're not getting their internal shittiness out. Like they're not, like, this is, you understand that's what it is really too. Like they're not actually very, like, they're not intelligent enough to kind of question their convictions on things. So they just kind of stop there, go like get mad at everybody else that does kind of cross that line. You know, realistically, it comes down to they get uncomfortable when you start breaking the system of control that has been very, very effective for over hundreds and almost a couple thousand years. There we go. I get it, man. That's a legalistic view. Very shallow. How is it shallow? Honestly, I think that it's just factual, but okay. God is all powerful. Could he make a stone he cannot move? I always liked those questions. My biggest one was, does God have cock and balls? You guys say he, so does God have like a giant fucking, holy wiener? Or, some giant weibos? Fucking the God weibos? I'm not even kidding. As much as I am trying to be funny about this, riddle me that, Batman. Does God have a dick? Or is he like the angels where in Dogma where he's just got nothing? I don't know. He had to knock up Mary somehow. That makes sense. Yeah. God's hog is literally the size of a galaxy. I don't know why. See, I took it there. God has a Ken doll situation going on. Exactly, like the Dogma thing. Yeah, the Metatron, or whatever. If God really is all-powerful, then conceptually it could affect reality from inside. The Milky Way. It is hey, we are the Milky Way. I mean, come on, when it gets broken down to like to the nitty-gritty, we are just God's cum, right? We are all God's cum. Everybody give Uni some love, by the way. Godspooge. Godspooge. Ew. I mean, I can already tell. Like, dude, anytime that I talk about this stuff, people get a little fucking pissy with me. They tend to, be like, ooh, what? This is where I do try to say it. I don't care what you believe. But if you get that upset at me questioning this stuff or having my belief structure, even though, like I said, it is what it is. I believe in not believing. But if I make you that uncomfortable, that tells me that you're not as convinced as you think you are. Like, come on, guys, check your faith. This is something like that is in the Bible, by the way. You're supposed to question your faith. Or did you guys, skip that whole, like, Leviticus and Deuteronomy chapter where, there's a reason that Job, used him as a parable. Oh, hey, it's Roy. Hi, Roy. I like your cat. Your cat's cool. You suck, but your cat's cool. I'm not upset. I just try to speak up for what I believe. It's fine. Listen, Justin. Listen. By all means, dude. Speak up. I don't care. I'm not mad at you. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're engaging. I don't, how is it hateful? I try not to be hateful or drive people away with my responses. Well, I'm glad that you're working at that, but do you understand, that you understand that that's the first thing that kind of comes through? You understand that, a lot of the, psychologically, whenever you guys get mad about something, specifically when it's tied to your religion, that is genuinely just your insecurity, showing through. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it is. That's you questioning your faith. But you, because apparently, Justin, I'm not going to speak for you, but can I just ask, have you actually read the Bible cover to cover without anybody holding your hands? And have you ever, kind of taken it chapter by chapter and, really broken down as your own personal Bible study what it means? Because that's what I spent years doing. I spent my entire elementary school, first grade through sixth grade, doing just that. Then I got to spend my entire middle school, 7th through 8th grade, doing just that, then carried that into fucking freshman year, and then I had to start at Genesis all over again, even though we had just done it, because this is how they break it down for, doctrine in Christian schools. So yes, I'm pretty well-versed in this book that you tend to misunderstand sometimes. Not you, Christians, but I don't know, man. Like I said, this is also how I can speak to this. This is how I know, because I had faith. You know what nobody could do when I was a believer? They couldn't test they couldn't shake my faith with just being oh yeah, well, I'm an atheist. Here's quantum theory. I would just be okay, you believe that. I had a very similar structure that I have right now where I'm okay, live and let live. I actually kind of, when I heard that Jesus loves all of his children, and I always kind of equated that, the God in the Bible, the Torah, and, in the Quran, it's the same guy. You guys just tell different stories. And, I was always kind of all right, well, technically they believe in God, so I don't hate them. And I'm I really don't hate anybody, but they tell me that I have to hate a lot of people. That's weird. Probably never read the entire thing all the way through, but I'm sure I've read and studied it all at some point. That's not... Come on. No. That's you being a little afraid of, the objective reality behind this shit. Sorry, guys. Hey, Lito. What are you being so cute for? Oh, because your brother's right behind me. Yes, Pep, I've read the Quran as well, and it's really all the same stories. But it's because they have a fundamental difference where, Muhammad was the divine prophet and Jesus was just another prophet. They got a problem with that. At Pop Jake, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Appreciate that, and thank you for the renewal. Really, dude, thank you. I'm glad that you're part of this community. Barney, honestly, I've thought I was going to die and came close more than a few times. Been through a lot, not since I was a kid, and not long after calling out Santa have I ever asked God for help. Yep. Well, see, this is also what pisses me off. Somebody tried to, insinuate that my wife got cancer because she was never a believer, and just, fuck you. Fuck anybody, number one. But also, fuck your God. If you believe that, your God sucks. Plain and simple. You're vengeful God. Get fucked. Instead of just being able to accept reality for what it is, random. Brother, I'm 41. Even in my younger years where I fell away, I've always truly believed. And okay, that's great. I pat you on the back for that. I'm 39, and guess what? I haven't believed in God since I was 19, so it's officially been 20 years. Hey, this fucking cat. He's going at it again. I might have to go and stop this. We'll see. Oh, that's sick. Then God gives babies without the capacity to conceptualize God get punished and hurt. No, because they have this made-up fucking baptism rule. Trust me. Or anti-baptism rule. Like in New Wave NIV evangelical Christendom, they all like they ask that question. They're like, no. God, he dips the babies before the babies get dipped because they can't do that, so the babies are self-dipped until they can start thinking. It's like, then why do people get baptized before they start thinking? Well, whatever. It's another contradiction that they never fucking bother to ask past the but it's just part of our system. Whatever. It doesn't make any sense. You know what makes sense? The Catholic version, where it's like, nah, yeah, babies die, then yeah, it's purgatory for them, the same as the rest of us. Fuck. Just they don't get the, like, you do understand that, like, through the classic, like, Catholic religion and the old school Christendom, you know, even post Alexander the Great, that, yeah, I don't know, there was never this thing called hell. It was this, you guys go to purgatory and just kind of wait for that, for a second coming, and then you guys might get out of fucking, you know, white ghost jail or whatever the fuck it is. Then you unfreeze. It's kind of like the movie Alien, where like the pod just opens and you're just like, is this the rapture? Yes, do I try to add a little levity to this as well? Yeah, fuck yeah. Rebecca, I don't even know what you... Oh, yes, Pep, I've read the Quran. Oh, your dad. Here, my dad is hugely religious and he's battling terminal lung cancer. Well, see, again, like my mom, she was super religious, and it wasn't like I was trying to change her mind. Like, there were times that I did, like when I was breaking from my religion, like I would always just ask her, like, hey, you're so smart. How come... you know, you're still part of this, blah, blah, blah. You know, realistically, it didn't fucking affect me. I mean, that's not fair to say. It definitely affected me, because it affected her choice to send me to Christian school. The Christian construction of God doesn't do anything. The whole story is he did things and then left forever. Yeah. And when he comes back, it's then over too. Yeah. Yeah, he's like the... God is like the ultimate deadbeat dad. He really is, dude. Yay. I know I created you. You know, I might pop up for some special events, but realistically, you're on your own. Like, fucking Christ. And so many people are just like, don't talk about my deadbeat dad that way. Whatever, man. Because the other thing that they fail to also, like, reconcile with that kind of shit, when they say, like, oh, yeah, because you're an atheist, you had this happen to you, it's like they never recognize that when it happens to them. And that is what's always funny to me. What are your thoughts on the, I don't know who Henry, I don't know who that. Mick Nippo. Or MC Nippo. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. You never thought that humans could be a good person because it's good for yourself and others? No, they think that you need, like, if you don't have Sky Daddy, then you don't do that. Like, then you are just inherently a bad person. And then, because I had Sky Daddy in my life for so long, they think that all of my positive attributes are attributed to Sky Daddy. But it's not that. Never was. Funny enough, it was actually the dad, like, you know, his son. So, you know, again, just a perfect example of him fucking not really doing the heavy lifting on this one. Is there a call-in number? No, there is not. you're interested in debating, email me. At peptalkstv@gmail.com. You can email me, and then I will consider inviting you to the private Discord where I do have the ability to have call-ins. So, yeah, I know. You got to work for it, though. I'm not just doing fucking call-in shows. You go watch Parker or go watch Dean. Like, there's plenty of other people that are doing that shit. Or fucking, oh my god. I forgot his name. I'm sorry, guys. That other guy that was in my stream. Fuck. Blinking. I have a conscience. Does not depend on religion. Yeah. 18-year-old British boy who was stabbed to death by an illegal Muslim. You're one of those fuckers. I don't care. You guys don't focus on white crime this way, so I don't care. You're using it disingenuously to attack the immigrant population. Yes, are there some bad immigrants? Sure. Arrest him, get him out, but it's not this broader problem like you're trying to make it out to be, you hateful cunt. Like, seriously, we see you. You're a disingenuous racist asshole. We get it. We fucking get it. You're uncomfortable with Muslim people because they believe in a religion that you see as extreme, but you also are very comfortable with the white Anglo religions for some fucking magical reason. Weird. It's very weird. Oh, now there are riots in Southampton? Yeah. I thought you guys just called that a fucking, a football game. Yeah, we get it, dude. And it's okay. We see you. You're just pissed off because most people call it like it is. You're kind of a racist asshole that wants to fucking pretend that, like, this is all a bigger problem than it is without actually going and adding anything to the situation. It's not like you yourself are trying to get them, to be, integrated into your culture because you guys claim to care so much about that. How come you're not running like a fucking community center where it's just like, oi, we teach you how to, be an Arsenal fan. Oi, we teach you how to like the Union Jack. Oi, how you do this? Oi. Whatever. Fuck you, mother colony. We don't give a shit about you. I just think human morality is subjective and can change generation to generation or within different cultures. Dude, you're so wrong about that. Go back to the fucking, the earliest stages of history and you can recognize the most human fucking behaviors in all of it. And you can see it in our everyday life today. But you guys, wait. Does that mean that you acknowledge evolution? Are you saying people evolve? Hey, I see what you're doing. F migraines? Yeah, F migraines. What up, Dix? How you doing? I oppose the evangelical Christian church as an institution because it conditions people to accept abuse, it normalizes a hierarchy, and injects a whole toxic shit into the rest of society. Shit. What do you want? Shut up. You don't care. All right, give me one sec. I have somebody visiting my wife. spinach and artichoke dip and Parmesan dip spread from with pita chips from Costco. Ooh, that's one of my favorite snacks to get for parties and stuff like that. That's fun. Sorry, just gotta do dishes right now. Okay, so yeah, actually back to what Nippo was saying. He's an idiot. Can't even. No, you're just an idiot. It's not. This isn't a debate. The debate is about how you yourself are disingenuous in your framing of all of this, and how you don't actually care. You are just a hateful little baby. You don't understand how to fucking get over things that you perceive as being a bother to you. So whether it be, black people, Mexicans, Muslims, like I'm gonna just assume that you're from the UK because you seem extra cunty. So I'm gonna just say it's Muslims with you because again, this is the Muslim. What is it? The stabbing gains, or like you always do it's always the same bullshit. And that Tommy Robertson or whatever the fuck, like. You're just all a bunch of hateful white pricks who are very uncomfortable with the idea that people don't like you. You're from Finland? Oh, okay. White as white can be. Jesus, just when I thought I was what? I don't know. Just for anybody that thinks that like Europe is so much more based or anything, just remember there's dipshits like this everywhere. Don't you just love them? This chat is a fountain of solidarity. Yeah, it seems to be, in it. Quit describing yourself. You're the one spewing hatred. What do I hate? I've been very accepting. I'm just calling out other people's ideologies for being hateful. I didn't say that they can't hold them. You just got, like, if you want to have that attitude and you want to have that fucking belief structure, just be prepared for guys like me to call it out. And you know what? You're usually not very good at like arguing for your hate, but whatever. Greetings from Denmark. Oh, wow. Denmark. Wow, Denmark is very much like Delaware. What is it with the DE? Once you add a DE to like a country or a state, you just kind of forget that it's like a thing, like Delaware. Wayne's World did the best joke. It's just like, yeah, now I'm in Delaware. Hi. I'm in Delaware. It's the same as Denmark. It's just, I'm going on a European vacation. Look, I'm in Norway, Yurdybergy. Oh, look, windmills, lots of flowers, Amsterdam, Holland, woo-woo. Oh, shit, I'm in Denmark. Hi. It's Denmark. Shit. I might be wrong. I don't know. Your ideology is hateful? How so, Donna? What about my ideology is hateful? Haha, funny guy. Or are you saying that? Hey, well, I hope you mean it. And if you do, and you're enjoying the content, please consider subscribing and also hit that like button. Double tap that screen because it helps me out a fucking lot as a smaller creator, guys. Like, yeah. I hit that. Yeah, guys, thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. It's awesome. I hate Latin people, black people, Muslims, Asian people, etc. But I don't think they have to be in our countries. They can come as guests. You understand that, like, statistically, at some point, you came as a guest at some point. Like, just, that's how it worked, dude. Like, with the migration of the human species. Wow, species. It's one of those words. You can only blame white people for the world's problems. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. You're sitting here blaming brown people while ignoring the white people and what we kind of contributed to the world's ills. Kind of weird to call yourself out like that and just kind of put it on full display, but cool, Donna. God. Intellectual powerhouses, you are not. It's like a new pair of underwear. You know, at first it's constricted, but after a while it becomes part of you. That's a weird way to put religion. Like a pair of underwear that you bought 2 sizes too small, but you're just gonna make it work. Well, elastic is elastic, and it's eventually gonna fucking settle. Yeah, hundreds of years ago, there was no one else living here. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's how that works. Sure. Okay. Okay. As someone who doesn't really know Finnish history, I don't know, I just got a lot more interested in Finnish history. I don't know. Who did the whites displace in the Finnish region? Shit, dude. I love how much, like, this mentality, like, do you understand that this is exactly, like, this is propaganda at its best, guys. Like, this is a shithead that was, he bought into the anti-Muslim propaganda, like, post 9/11 bullshit that was manufactured and shipped out to the fucking, you know, the western regions. Like, oh my God, you guys, like, whew. You guys are getting a little bit of that fucking America in you. Shit. You have to check in before going live moving forward. What? What do you mean? Oh, did someone get mad? Someone, wait, did you just admit to... All right, here we go. Cool. If that was a threat to docs, then guess what, buddy? Team YouTube. Gonna deal with you. Because I don't fucks with ya. They're on the same, Donna and McNippo are on the same farm. Yeah. I'm more concerned with this guy. Give me a sec. Oh, it's the guy. Oh, you've been here before. I remember you. You tried to act like you were me. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Go MAGA, Trump 2028, Obama 2028. Yeah, see, we can be stupid too. Have I? Yeah, you did. All right, David Webb. You have officially been dealt with. Thank you for that. Cool. Mods, by the way, just so you guys know, David Webb is a problem. He has threatened to dox before. He has also threatened to lock down my channel. And he has just officially been handled. All right, cool. Good luck finding it in all the pool liquid shit in his pants. Well, I mean, if you're talking about Trump, cool. Yeah, I know. You guys suck. You guys love, like, you line up with straws to suck the shit out of his diaper. Kind of funny. You are? Send it to my chat, please. Will do. Sorry, guys. Give me one sec. I gotta deal with this. Because there's a whiny little baby that can never... He just can't deal with a streamer having opposing viewpoints. You know, very freedom of speech, by the way. Not a total bitch move at all. The hate baby you mentioned? Yeah. The hate baby is... I mean, dude, he's literally... The same... The funniest part is, you'd think that he would change his name. I don't know. But David Webb, yeah, you have... We see you, homie. Or not, homie. These are the certifiable, like, worst people on the internet. I mean, MAGA, these are the guys that kind of make you look like fucking the biggest little bitches. Where, oh, you're gonna fucking trace my IP. Oh, you're gonna hack. Oh, okay. Good talk. Love you guys. All right, my sign-in screen's been staring at me for like 2 hours. Gonna log in and try and get some work done. Yeesh. Well, have fun, dude. Yeah, do that, and then join us for another show. I mean, honestly, I was enjoying the discussion. But yeah, man. No hate. We all good. Finnish people arrived here. Oh, wait a minute. Finnish people arrived there from somewhere else? Like, immigrants? What? Well, there's no one else living here because it was just a bunch of fucking ice. Uh-huh. I'm sure that there's something missing in this history report. Oh. Oh, God, I can only imagine. Hassan's claiming that Ethan Klein helped the New York Post dox him. Thanks for having me again. See y'all. All right. Take care, Justin. Thank you for hanging. Yo, Josh, what up, dude? Yeah, whoever sent that one. Okay. Every country that was ever created was by conquering an existing population. Yeah, they always tend to forget to mention that part, because that would be admitting that, it wasn't exactly cool. All right. Oh my God, I have been fucking putting off this news segment. Let's do it. That is not the screen I wanted. Breaking news. Breaking news from Fox. It's 2026. We don't need to deport anybody. Just tax the rich. God, you ain't wrong. All right. Well, let's get to some of the news here. All right, guys. Also, if you have not, like I said, already double tap that screen, hit the like button, and subscribe to the channel. Consider doing so. Really helps me out. I really do appreciate everybody that hangs out here, trying to grow the community. Doesn't make Roman times, India times, and all because okay. All right. Well, let's find out what's going on with this Iran situation with Kuwait and the fact that we are getting dangerously close to a world war. Oh, whoops. We really are. This was also kind of one of those things that I kind of said was going to happen, that they were going to start going after these other Arab nations, and then the U.S. is going to have some choices to make. Not great. Have you ever kissed a digital picture of Obama? No, because I don't have this weird obsession with politicians the way you guys do. It's fucking odd. You want to talk about kissing dude, you probably have kissed a picture of Trump. You probably were trying to, like, troll the libs by showing your friends how gay for Trump you are. But we don't owe some Muslims anything. Again, the fact that you have a hateful ideology because you think that the Browns are coming on your land and fucking taking away your belief structure. Fuck you. Can I just say this? Racists are boring. Racists are just the most boring fucking people on the planet. You guys got, like, you're miserable little fucking assholes that nobody cares about. Nobody cares. You all, like, why don't you go find a commune, ironically, of just a bunch of fucking similarly racist fucks like you and just go. Just go. We'll have culture. We'll have, I love, other cultures' food, and you know what? Have fun. Go eat your fucking, your whatever gutted fish you guys eat in Finland. Bunch of fucking bores. Racists are just scared little weirdos. They really are. They really are. I mean, when I saw about like that whole test about like how like racists are they are genetically inferior as far as having high IQs. It's almost like they are the Neanderthals. Six-filled sharks. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they stuffed sharks and they got they got like that whole thing. Yeah. Europe has yeah, sure you do. Sure you do. Yeah, Europe stole half of its culture. I don't know, you might want to ask the UK about that one. You know how to use Linux? Didn't Linux have like a massive security problem recently? Yo, don't do Neanderthals like that. They were actually very human. Yeah, every country, community, color, whatever you want it to. It has racist people in it. Oh, fuck, yeah. Dude, I'm not... This is another, like, honestly, it's kind of racist that white people always, like, it's racist to themselves. Like, dude, how racist do you have to be to think that when they say the term that they're just like, you're talking about me? It's like, no, we're talking about other places. Like, I will admit, South Korea is racist as shit to Japanese people and, well, North Koreans. And Chinese. Chinese are fucking racist against Japanese people and South Koreans. Like, it's a vicious cycle over there on the fucking Asian, the Asian side of the world. Yeah, they're very open with it, but I also think that they're also small-minded pieces of shit, the same way that I think anybody who holds racist ideology as pieces of shit, small-minded pieces of shit. I think that it's mostly tied to this fucking idea of oligarchy, because most of the people that think that way are the ones that are like, I would call them the influencer class now, like, especially, coming from there. And then you learn about like how much Christian fucking missionaries like really affected the entire region over in Korea, and like then you kind of start to put the pieces together where you're like, oh, that makes sense. But anyway, news. Linux is just a different OS that some people use to code. Oh, cool. Cool. My buddy thought he was a coder because he used Linux and could do AI prompting. So pathetic. I used to actually code from memory. Whoa, shit, dude. Yeah, that shit's crazy to me. Like, you right there. I got props. Bob McPherson. Fucking A. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you just don't like the Uyghurs. Linux used to be chill. Now you have to run security updates like literally every single day. It's the consolidation. 100% Pep. Colonialism did more than people realize. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. All right. Anyway, let's do this.
Fox News alert, there's fresh action in the Middle East. Iran's currently shelling military bases in Kuwait and...
Yes, I did this on purpose, by the way. I took Fox News fucking reporting first because I know how butthurt people get when they're like, yeah, I don't even have real sources. There's no Republican sources. You're just biased. All right, well, here's your fucking Republican source.
In Bahrain with ballistic missiles and drones. So far, all of them have been intercepted by U.S. forces. And now U.S. Central Command's responding with self-defense strikes on Qeshm Island, right at the hook of the strait. This all started earlier today when the Iranians began targeting commercial vessels in the Gulf with drones. We knocked all of them down. Our Navy.
Yeah, did you hear that one of the vessels was tied to an oligarch that fucking Trump is like really like tied to?
He also hitting back, blasting a blockade runner heading toward Karg Island. CENTCOM forces gave the ship, the Botswana-flagged MT Lexi, 24 hours to turn around. She didn't. So our Hellfire missiles pierced straight through her engine room. That's now the 6th ship disabled so far. The message is clear. If you want to test the blockade, you're going to pay. The mullahs still have some fight in them, and they're also showing new signs of life. For weeks, we didn't know if the gay Ayatollah was dead, hiding in his cave, or just getting a facelift. But now, for pride...
I hope they understand that like the whole little Buzzy thing doesn't impact anybody the way that they think it does.
Month.
Like, it actually kind of proves that it's like, oh, you guys are just as bad as Iranian regime media. Like, do you understand? Like, when you take away that whole professional aspect to reporting, that it's just like, yeah, now you're just out there just saying bullshit.
He's coming out.
I mean, Jesse Waters, that you do understand that this should not be how we like what we consider normal, right? Like Jesse Waters should just be considered like a fucking podcasting ass clown.
By the way.
Yeah, I think
people are like, he has a suit and he has lots of
we've not heard
graphics.
from him publicly. We haven't seen him publicly, and I would imagine, given what's happened to multiple leaders in that system, being very public is probably not something that's recommended for them internally. But that said, I think there are indications out there that he is increasingly engaging at some level, although all of his communications have been in writing and through intermediaries.
Now that we know who we're talking to, we could see a deal at any moment. But the mullahs are slippery.
We are in talks, and I say talks because talks with Iran are not like talks with Switzerland, okay? They're very different. They require the use of intermediaries, unfortunately. But there is the prospect before us, which could happen today, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week, that for the first time, certainly in my memory, they have agreed to negotiate aspects of their nuclear program.
The Iranians have a trick that they've been using for decades, the bazaar style. They keep talking and buying themselves time until you can't take it anymore. Haggling's all they have left. But Trump's not getting talked into a bad deal. And if the mullahs think they can wait us out, they might get another love tap. We're already on their doorstep. The USS Abraham Lincoln's still holding the blockade, turning around 122 ships and counting. So the mullahs are looking for help. They want Oman to enforce tolls on the strait. Trump's response? Pick a side, because everybody else already has.
There isn't a country on earth, other than Iran, and maybe Oman that flirted with it, who's in favor of what Iran is doing in the Straits. The Chinese are against it. The Russians are against it. Everyone is against it. The whole world is against it. So condition number one is they have to reopen the Straits.
The Omanis are looking pretty lonely, but the Democrats, they'll keep them company.
I also think that this very ill-planned, poorly conceived war in Iran that Trump is losing is also another way of holding him accountable because everybody sees it. He can't talk his way out of it.
They also think Trump and Rubio aren't...
Well, that was weird to see an urn or a vase that looked just like my mom's urn behind Hillary Clinton.
...focused on negotiations. Rubio's got, like, what, 8 jobs? But to them, he's just a DJ at Mar-a-Lago.
This is why I was shocked to see that you were at a party with President Trump in Miami instead of accompanying Vice President Vance to Pakistan for negotiations.
Yeah. They did a good job on fucking grilling him.
I was at a party?
It's publicly reported, and there's photos there.
But what party? No, but you're going to say that. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer that question because that's an absurd statement. I was not at a party.
The mission hasn't changed. Reopen the strait and denuclearize the regime.
Yeah, weird. Weird how neither of those missions has actually been accomplished, and you guys keep pushing the fucking timetable
Nobody
back.
wants this war to drag on forever. Trump already has other excursions on his mind. Cuba. And he's still flirting with making Canada the 51st state. So who knows what's next? John Teixeira is the former Deputy Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs and former Senior Defense Attaché in the Middle East. Okay, so tonight, a lot of action, missiles, drones being intercepted by U.S. missile defense. But the Iranians, still kind of squirrely. What do you think?
Jesse, every time we've seen one of these cycles, this is the fourth one of these in the last week and a half, I firmly believe that it's Iran testing us in how we will respond. And in each case, we've been minimalist in our response. We've claimed over and above that the response is defensive in nature. And I think the only way we break that cycle is by using language that they understand, which is strength, capability, will, and resolve. And it's about time to re-engage in kinetic activities against Iran.
So you think drop the ceasefire, finish off the target list?
Jesse, I actually think that the first...
They're gearing up for War 2.0. See, and this is how they're going to get the base behind it, where they're just like, we have to do this. It's defensive.
6 weeks of operations again.
Man, I'm just going to say, if Fox News is very good at fucking leading their sheep, they are fucking,
we're at the operational level. That we never really focused our strikes on the heart of the regime. And I think once President Trump realizes that Iran is
I love how they all talk like Stephen Miller. They have to yell at you.
Then now we take the strikes to the heart of the regime, the things that keep them in power, the things they value most. And I think that changes the strategic calculus and returns the initiative to us.
So you would focus on regime collapse through a full-blown aerial assault. You don't think the naval blockade, if you give it patience, would do the trick?
Jesse, I do think that the blockade has been massively effective. I wish we would have started 6 weeks prior when we started combat operations, but it's a bit of a race against the clock, and whether the regime reaches its tipping point first because of the pressure of the blockade, or the President of the United States reaches his tipping point because of domestic and international pressure. But the way that you accelerate that clock in our favor is to return to kinetic activity again at the strategic level.
When you hear that the gay Ayatollah is alive and kicking, well, kicking with one leg, he only has one leg, and Rubio says he's re-engaging. How do you interpret that?
And he's kicking Trump's ass with one leg. Isn't that kind of weird that the gay Ayatollah, like that they keep talking about, is humbling Trump so often? That's not exactly great.
Jesse,
this weak, feckless man is really fucking sticking it to this guy that's big, strong man.
Ceasefire and the leader won't even show his face in public. But I do believe that the IRGC and the hardliners are trying to consolidate their power in Iran. They're the ones that have the guns and know how to use them. They're the ones that are the vanguard of the revolution. And they're the only ones, I think, that are talking to the supreme leader. And I think that the way you get their attention is through those strategic strikes that I recommended.
All right, John, good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
No, I actually dislike this one. Fuck you. Get fucked.
All right, good morning and welcome to Breaking Points. Emily, how you doing?
Doing great. Glad to be here.
Yeah, big show today.
Okay, that's
we're gonna have
that shirt is
3 different guests coming through.
Not staying together
We're
very
start the show
well.
talking about the Iranian attacks yesterday. Well, the U.S. attacks on an Iranian ship, Iranian retaliation, kind of across the region. But it seems to have calmed back down. But it's kind of set a new status quo, I think, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about the latest back and forth between Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah. We're going to be joined by Josh Paul, who has a new look at the way that the U.S. is helping the Israelis use their antiquities laws to effectively annex the West Bank.
Huge story. Huge story.
Yeah. And then we're going to do as much as we can on election results. California, because it is a failed state.
So around 7, I got to get
takes
going.
10 days, weeks to count its votes. Yes. But we do know enough that we
Emily trying to get a new viewer base? No shit.
Can, I think, confidently forecast.
Starting to see Emily in a little bit of a new light.
Some significant results.
I like that we agree on California's failure as a state.
We talked yesterday with Sagar and I with Dave Dayen. I know Democrats.
I don't know. Now I'm starting to get that whole she might be a freak.
Break it up so they can get more senators.
Yeah.
I think they should just break it up because it's a failed experiment, and just start fresh.
Start over.
Like new rules, all those props that you passed, those are out the window.
Direct democracy, man. It's got some problems.
Do new props.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Or don't do any props at all.
Also, we have interesting,
not working.
Interesting. I agree with that. Interesting election results outside of California too. Some really interesting stuff in Iowa. Interesting stuff, Ryan, in New Jersey, where that's right. We interviewed him on last Friday's show, but he won last night. So we're going to break down all of those election results as well.
Yeah, Bill Pulte is like Marco Rubio, adding a job.
She watched my show and was just like, yeah.
Head of the FHFA, the Federal Housing Finance Agency, where, as everybody knows, he sifted through loan documents to try to find Democrats who didn't fill their paperwork out right and then prosecuted them. They're putting him in charge of national intelligence. I'm sure that will be fine.
Why not?
Why not? This is a man you can trust. He's currently under investigation for what he did at FHFA, which he's not leaving.
Oh, he's going to do both.
He's going to do both.
That little detail I hadn't picked up on. Yeah. Good.
So he'll have access to everything.
The acting DNI we deserve.
Yes, indeed. Walla Gay, who is running for Steny Hoyer's seat in Maryland's 5th District, which is Southern Maryland, taking a little co-host prerogative because that's my district.
There you go.
I went to college there and also at grad school of Maryland, which is also in that district. Steny Hoyer is trying to put an Oracle lobbyist in the seat as he's stepping down. He's been in office since like 81 or something.
Unbelievable.
And he wants a Larry Ellison lobbyist to replace him.
The absolute state of the Democratic Party. And Pulte is the state of the Republican Party.
And Walla Gay and Harry Dunn are running against him, plus another dozen candidates. And then the other co-host prerogative, Orrin Cass.
That's right. Orrin Cass, fresh off interviewing Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent last night. He's going to be here. We're going to talk a little bit about all of the chaos in New Jersey, outside of Delaney, but also how the right now, with the powers in its hands, is handling the issue of labor, migrant labor, as it attempts to chart a course for the future.
Yeah, and we have not
in the shaky economy.
And we have not covered the conditions and the protests at Delaney Hall enough at all. So I'm glad that we're doing this.
Yeah. So lots to get to, as we said. Big show. Big show.
Dog cam.
All right.
Let's kick it off with Iran here. So the IRGC last night launched strikes on both Kuwait and Bahrain in response to an Iranian ship being targeted as it was transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The attack, and you're seeing some of them being intercepted here. The attacks were much more, I think, severe than the U.S. attack, than the U.S. expected. The U.S. statement was, we intercepted everything, but they've previously said, there was this great statement that they put out. They were like, 2 MQ-9 Reaper drones were destroyed and 5 service members were injured as a result of an intercepted ballistic missile. It's like, I don't know if that's what intercepted means. You're not supposed to intercept it with the MQ-9s. With your base. You're supposed to intercept it in the air. Not when it hits the ground. That's not an interception.
Doesn't count.
So we have no idea because we can't. We will find out in days or weeks, how significant the damage was and what got through. We put up A2. This is what the Iranians were responding to. CENTCOM put out this footage. You're about to see a Hellfire missile slam into the engine room of this ship. And it blows up. It blew the video into pixelated form. And so this is what the IRGC then responded to with its fusillade back at them. And the understanding that's coming out from Iran analysts is that Iran is trying to say we're not doing tit for tat stuff anymore. Like you do a tit, we're doing 10 tats. That they're trying to say no, you're not going to.
Trump wasting American air defense defending people who are murdering all their neighbors. The thing is, it's going to get a lot more people on board with being anti-Israel when they cannot deny that Israel is now they're literally fucking dog walking us into these wars. And then the whole trying to tie our military to the IDF, I gotta be honest, man. It is shocking how little coverage that got and how little pushback that got, even though most Americans would hear that shit and be like, wait, excuse me?
Us back into the pre-February status quo. We're trying to lock in the gains that we have established here. And if you don't want to reach a peace deal, we're going to make it painful, not just economically, as fuel inventories are people are staring at the bottom of these barrels. We're also going to make it more damaging for you militarily if you hit us.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just totally unexpected because I was under the impression, 2 impressions. First, we had a ceasefire. There is no war right now. There's a ceasefire, so everything is right by Congress. There was no need to actually get Congress's permission here, no ongoing need. And second, that the war is over because Secretary of State Marco Rubio was testifying in front of the Senate yesterday, and he told us the war is over. Let's watch A3.
Iran has lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers, and their economy is far worse today, and I mean far worse today, than it was 6 to 9 months ago. And they are looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs just to get to where they were 6 months ago.
Mr. Rubio, you keep telling us how we're winning this war. The president keeps saying,
well, the war's over
completely annihilated. The war is not over.
The war is over. You heard that. Straight from the Secretary of State testifying in front of Congress yesterday on the split screen, basically, with what we just showed you.
Yeah.
The war very much not over.
War is over if you want it.
Yeah, that's right. It's a vision. It's a peaceful vision. He's vision casting.
It's pretty incredible. So what are we talking about then? If the war is over.
The man needs a refresh.
We just said the war is over. All right, let's just skip to the next segment.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we're done. This is good. You will never hear us talk about Iran again, except in the context of peace.
War is over.
Our new peaceful ally. All right. Well, also Rubio was getting tons of questions in front of the Senate yesterday on everything from where he was during negotiations to Cuba. Let's stick on Iran for the moment. This is A4.
I was shocked to see that you were at a party with President Trump in Miami instead of accompanying Vice President Vance to Pakistan for negotiations.
What party was I at? I was at a party?
It's publicly reported, and there's photos there.
But what party? No, but you're going to say that. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer that question because that's an absurd statement. I was not at a party.
Finish my paragraph.
All right. He is the second in line to the presidency of the United States. He was president. Mr. Witkoff is the president's envoy for negotiation for peace deals. Mr. Kushner is a private citizen that serves as an advisor on these functions. They were the team that we sent to Pakistan. I was not at a party. Where I was is next to the president. Because in the midst of those negotiations, I was in communications with them. And in fact, I think there is media reporting from that evening on how on multiple occasions I went into a back room, I came back out and spoke to the president and was constantly updating him. On that evening, I spoke to Mr. Kushner and our negotiating team and Mr. Witkoff on at least 6 occasions, including twice on a secure line from the phone they had access to over there. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's just bring in his response on Cuba for good measure while we're on the Secretary's testimony yesterday. A5.
Or the misunderstanding about Cuba. Cuba is actually not controlled by the government. Cuba is controlled by a military holding company named Gaesa. And Gaesa virtually owns anything. They own the tourist sector, they own mining, they own the gas stations, they own everything. They generate about 70% of Cuba's GDP is under the control of this military company. And they're sitting on between $14 and $17 billion in assets. So you have people literally starving, people literally like power grid that hasn't been maintained in 10 years. And yet you have this holding military company sitting on these assets. And by the way, not a penny of the money in the military holding company translates over to the public treasury. So the fundamental challenge we have here is that Cuba needs to be, in order for it not to continue to be a failed state, which poses a threat to the United States, they need systemic and serious reform. They need to have economic reforms. And the question is, can they possibly reform,
Thank you, Etch. I appreciate
given the people
that.
who are currently in charge, both of Gaesa and of their government? And I think the answer is they can. I really don't believe this system is capable of reform unless new people take over or a new mindset takes hold. Now, we've engaged in conversations with them. We've offered them what I think needs to happen in order for their economy to recover. And that's the last point I would make, because I think somebody raised this issue of an oil blockade. Cuba was having blackouts well before January 3rd of this year. They were having blackouts for years. And they were having blackouts for 2 reasons. Number one, no one will give you free oil except Maduro. That's what's changed here. What's changed here is they're no longer getting free oil from Venezuela.
What do you think, Ryan? Reading the tea leaves there, are we closer to 2 pieces?
There they
right?
both
We've
got
got 2. Some people may say we would have 2 wars, but there is no war in Iran. It's over. So maybe we'll also be closer now to a peaceful transition to Cuba.
Yeah, it's so wild to hear him talk about Cuba. So yeah, Gaesa, which I think New York Times has done a bunch of recent reporting on this, so people are hyped up.
He's kind of cooking on Gaesa.
So okay, $14 billion. Like we have spent at least twice that in the last couple weeks attacking Iran. Like $14 billion does not really make the most threatening, intimidating kind of like institution like this. We're supposed to be scared of this. And yes, it is a communist government, and Gaesa is the kind of economic engine that that the government uses to like national run its national economy.
A huge swath of the economy is
and in the last several years they also opened up private businesses, and so now there's this like actual competition.
How is Stan doing? He's okay. He's unfortunately starting to show signs of the thing, so I have to
on the island.
I got to figure out my situation, and he's got to go in.
Public
businesses. The last quote I got was for like $1,500, and that's just to get the proper diagnosis and then get the biopsies, and that does not include surgery.
A bunch of
they said probably cost me around like $3,000
public ones will then use,
to
like, socialist,
have the surgery,
like anti-capitalist arguments to try to get people to come to them, even though the other ones are kind of outperforming
He's
them.
He's about to turn 9 years old here on the 26th, which is his birthday, by the way. So on June 26th, we are throwing a little birthday party for the Stan the Man here on the stream.
But yes, this Gaesa is a thing. Rubio's point there that they only want free oil, that's all it's about. No, the U.S. has blocked Cuba from getting any oil.
Yeah, fuck thyroid cancer. Just fuck cancer. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
Even if they pay for it. I don't know why he keeps lying about that.
Yeah, they've pressured Mexico not to give Cuba oil.
Right, to sell even. Like if they have $14 billion, as he's saying, they can buy oil. And then, but we won't let them. It's such a flagrant lie that he just keeps telling it. Like it's so bizarre. And yes, like there were blackouts.
He's going to get a little birthday hat and everything.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, we've had sanctions on them since in the 1960s and really tightened them in 2019.
They've been poor stewards of their own economy, and we may disagree on that in some ways, but the bottom line is, does a military intervention make that problem better? Does a military intervention make that problem worse? And that's the real question.
And also, poor stewards of poor stewards of the economy that have produced better education and health outcomes than the United States. Like over now, not recently, because they're now they're really getting smashed into the ground. But we should reflect on that. How is it that a communist government, under these intense sanctions that Rubio says is horribly mismanaged, how are they outperforming the United States on health and education?
It's a bit of a statement.
Even under all of those conditions.
It's a bit of a statement on our own management, of course, here in the United States.
And it might say something about the value of a robust public sector.
On this point, Trump, actually, let's go back to Iran briefly, because we have Trump posting on Truth Social yesterday. This is A7. Speaking of...
You fully believe that we did it to ourselves? Yeah.
What's true, what's false? Trump says fake news reports that the
a lot of
Islamic
people are
Republic of
saying
Iran
that,
and USA
including
stopped speaking a few days ago are false and
uh,
erroneous. The conversations between us have been going on continuously, including 4 days, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, and today. Where they lead, one never knows. But as I told Iran, quote, it's time, one way or another, for you to make a deal. You've been doing this for 47 years, and it cannot be allowed to go on any longer. So there he started speaking of the Cold War, starting the clock in 1979, it looks like, right?
That's weird.
Yeah. Can we acknowledge
all my levels just fucking...
That doesn't make any sense.
No,
wonky.
it doesn't
From
make
beginning
any
to end,
sense.
like you
Sorry
have
if
to
it's
make
a
a deal.
louder. Give me a
But
second.
this thing that you have, the Iranian government can't go on any longer.
There we go.
But if you make a deal,
All right, test. All right, we're good.
keeps you in power, then it can go on longer. So the point that they are still talking
Mike
is
went to
important.
5 decibels. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
Overblown. And at most, Iran threatened to suspend negotiations.
Right.
And then Trump responded by calling up Netanyahu and saying, don't bomb Beirut. According to Trump, they're back on. The one Rubio clip we didn't play, there was this hilarious moment where I think it was Chris Van Hollen or somebody was complaining, maybe Shots, complaining that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And he's like, why does everybody keep...
Chat, I gotta ask you guys. Fuck it, you're the ones who are listening to this. So, is my mic level okay? Like, how's my mic sound to the video? Because my audio, my mixer's telling me that all my levels are fucked up. Like, it's saying that my desktop audio is way higher than my mic.
Blaming us for that. It's Iran that closed the Strait of Hormuz. And we have almost every country in the world signing a petition to the UN complaining about Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz.
There you go.
And people are like, they're like, are you serious? Like, yeah, okay, maybe that's rude of them to do, but everyone
I literally just checked to see if I like fucked with it, where I'm like, did I just turn it to like metric?
predicted that they would do it. And then they did it.
Yeah.
So
Medium compared to usual? Okay, shit. Yeah, hold on. All right, let's try this.
It's in there.
My volumes are really low to you.
National interest.
a little bit.
Yes, this was a back and forth with Rubio in the Senate yesterday as well. It's just like, did you predict that the Strait of Hormuz, or did you fail to predict that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed? But this is where, Ryan, again, you keep talking about war.
You heard it flat. Okay, thank you guys. No, thank you for all the feedback. I need this.
Let's put up the last element on the screen. The White House posted this yesterday, and I fail to understand why this
thumbs up if we're better.
isn't working, Ryan, on you at least. Trust
I
in
need to
Trump, all caps. Just sit back.
Like, if one of you guys are audiophiles, let me know. Do I need to fix the mic or the audio level on the video?
And relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does. President Donald J. Trump. Chill out, man.
Good.
Yeah, and
all right, cool.
Tucker famously said that right before the Iran war.
What the hell just
like Tucker's like, I really think this is a mistake. I really think this is going to blow up in your face. And Trump told him, I know you do. I appreciate it, but don't worry, it'll work out. And Tucker said, why? And he's like, because it always does.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, guys.
What's amazing is that he's still using the line after it so plainly did not work out. Like, what about this worked out?
If the war is over, as Rubio says,
nothing.
It very much did not work out. These two things are not true at the same time.
Right. What didn't work out? All of our bases are in ashes.
Yeah.
Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, gas is over $4 a gallon.
Iran still has all its nuclear dust. Yes, gas is approaching $5 a gallon.
Yep.
Who was it? Chevron or somebody said they're looking at $150 to $60 a barrel in the next couple of weeks if nothing changes. All of the kind of Goldman and J.P. Morgan analysis that was propping up the markets.
I'll be honest, they told us that April 15th, this was that was going to be catastrophic to the oil markets.
Assumed that by July, the Strait of Hormuz would be wide open. I got a calendar on my laptop here. It's getting close.
Clock's ticking.
Clock is ticking.
Yep.
The whole time I'm like reading these announcements, I'm like, I don't know about this, Goldman. Like, are we sure? Like, why?
Right.
And Trump's like, well, it's all gonna work out.
What's extra sad is that some of this we know from that big New York Times report with Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman on the byline. We know that it was Rubio and others inside of the administration predicting some of this would happen. Everybody could have predicted some of this would happen, and we're lukewarm on Trump's decision to launch the February 28th strikes, partially because of what they're now defending as this successful war that's now over.
Yeah, Rubio called the Israeli arguments BS in that meeting.
Right.
Trump's like, oh, well, it's fine. Let's do it anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show.
Jesus, Sagar. Yeah. Note to self, don't put him at fucking 1.25. Holy shit. And then I'm not sure if you guys heard about this. Ukraine strikes Russia near Putin's Davos in St. Petersburg.
Russia says it downed hundreds of drones in a Ukrainian attack over its territory, including St. Petersburg. Now, it comes as an economic forum there, drawing thousands of attendees, gets underway. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said long-range strikes hit key targets, including the St. Petersburg oil terminal, one of Russia's largest oil transfer facilities in the northwest. Now, that attack, or these attacks, came a day after Russia launched a deadly, large-scale barrage against Ukraine, killing at least 23 people in the cities of Kyiv and Dnipro. CNN's Claire Sebastian following this story for us, and Paula and I have been just talking about the sort of escalation in Iranian.
Holy shit! YouTube got back to me for once.
Attacks on the Gulf region. You know, we shouldn't sort of
That's
underplay
crazy.
the significance of what we have seen in the past.
Holy
48
shit! They're actually taking this stuff seriously now, guys. I think this might even be a real person. Either that or the AI actually got good.
hours, both in Ukraine and indeed Ukrainian attacks, of course, on St. Petersburg in Russia. What more can you tell us?
I'm going to have to answer this.
Yeah, Becky, I think it's clear we're seeing an escalation on both sides in terms of aerial attacks in this war, perhaps by virtue of the fact that this is a war where the front line is largely static. This is an area, certainly in terms of Ukraine's defense, where it feels that it can hit military targets across the border into Russia to try and move the needle here. And of course, we see from Russia a slightly different approach with, yes, military targets, but also...
So, guys, I'm going to just say this much. You know how, like, I get reported a lot for, like, false shit? I think they may have...
efforts to exhaust the Ukrainian population into submission. So I think, look, when we look at the timing of these attacks on St. Petersburg, there isn't much nuance there. This is the first day of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum.
I'm sorry if I've spoken ill of YouTube in any capacity. I will just say.
It used to be a very global event where Russia was able to sort of showcase its economic growth, try to bring in investment. It used to be called the Russian Davos back in the day. That was before, of course, the high number of sanctions made working with Russia a big legal risk for international companies, not, of course, to mention the political risk.
I'm guessing that it's because I had so much action on the channel that with this last one, I think it finally, like, got to that point with them where they were just like, because the thing is, like, I'll just be on, like, I think you guys may have even seen it in chat. This guy's been threatening to, like, try and, like, to shut my stream down. He's been threatening to hack me, which is very stupid to do in a public forum, by the way. Why wouldn't you just, I mean, I'm not going to give him advice on how to do this, but you'd think. But yeah. This is one of those rare times where it's just like, holy shit.
Risk, but it is still very important to the
that
Kremlin.
YouTube might be worried that I might be gearing up to quit or something because...
On Friday, so it is a big banner set-piece event, and of course people are now arriving with these plumes of smoke coming from different parts of St. Petersburg.
You didn't see it?
That is certainly sending a message, and I think...
he threatened to lock down my account.
That, look, it wasn't just that. There was an oil terminal that was hit, but there was also a significant moment when the Ukrainian unmanned systems forces say that they hit a Russian warship that was moored at Kronstadt Island, that is in the bay, just flanked by St. Petersburg. We have video, I think, that was released by the unmanned systems forces. You see it there. This is the warship Boyki, it's called. Apparently, according to the Ukrainian side, it is a ship that's been used for operations near NATO borders, escorting vessels of the Russian Federation's Shadow oil fleet. So they are claiming to have hit that in yet more significant messaging about the power and frankly advancement of their drone program there. So this was significant, part of a pattern that we see, as I say, of escalating drone attacks on both sides. Here we have a quote from one unit of the Unmanned Systems Forces, Becky. They say, "We really wanted to send a delegation to the forum in St. Petersburg, but there is a nuance. Our representatives fly only one way." And the response from the Kremlin today, Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, saying our responses will be systemic in nature and using this to justify the continuation of their operations in Ukraine, saying it is to prevent such strikes that the special military operation, as they call their war, continues.
It was only 4 months ago when we were reporting on the sort of revolving doors of diplomacy in Geneva. We had Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner going from one hotel talking Iran to another hotel talking Ukraine and Russia. Some optimism at the beginning of the year that we might have, might avoid a war, a US war with Iran, and certainly there may be some, a journey towards peace for both Russia and Ukraine. Where do we stand with regard an end to this at this point, Claire? Is it clear?
I think that was one of the biggest issues for Ukraine. The biggest downsides of the US-Israeli war in Iran is that it caused a significant, if not complete, loss of momentum when it came to that diplomatic process. Now, we have to be realistic. The diplomatic process had not yet yielded anything looking like a compromise from the Russian side. But there was, at least, certainly from the Ukrainian perspective, there was that momentum. These talks were continuing. They had started to do sort of talks in a trilateral format involving representatives from Russia and Ukraine. And, of course, the US side, and that has now stopped. So we hear from President Zelensky trying to push for this to restart. He gave an interview to Face the Nation, the US Sunday talk show this past week.
Kim Dong.
Weekend, saying he's looking.
How's it going, man? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you.
To sort of reinvigorate that process. He understands that the US delegation is potentially considering going back to Moscow, but he wants them to come to Ukraine as well. They have not yet visited Ukraine. This is Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, of course. So the Ukrainian side are trying to reinvigorate that process. We don't have any dates in the diary as of yet, but certainly they are looking to that. And of course, on the European side, there has been some talk of Europe playing a greater role in negotiations between Russia and Ukraine going forward. As yet, no key headlines on that.
Overnight, Ukraine launched various strikes targeting key infrastructure in Russia, including in St. Petersburg. Ukraine has rapidly developed its medium and long-range drones to attack various Russian targets. How
All right, we got it from the first bit there. Ah, fuck it. Do I care about this World Cup thing? No, I really don't. No, this was good. All right, no, this was really good. Here, let's watch this.
Been in the room. I have been there. This is what I had to do, to transcribe, to show what is true. What is true is that the president has lied about being on Epstein's plane, and the unredacted files prove that. There's a lot in here. I am shocked at this. There's also this set of files in the file. This is investigation into the potential co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein. I almost used up all the blank ink in the hallway because it's all covered up. It's all covered up. The American people are not stupid. They know that when members of Congress have to go in and actually unredact to try to find the truth for these victims, something is corrupt. Something is corrosive.
Indeed. So right now she presents proof that Donald Trump was lying when he said he was never on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Now, with that in mind, I want to play the full segment. And again, this shows where Madeleine Dean gets cut off.
It's public. This time, and more importantly, it's under oath. You're speaking to Congress. So let's get into it. When will you comply with the law and release all of the files?
As I said to you when we spoke before, we have complied with the law. We have reviewed.
There are 3 million more documents, and you know what you said
Oh my
to me?
God! Every
They're all
time that he gets
duplicative,
grilled
and
by
they include another
anybody,
guy named
like I don't
Epstein.
understand how this guy was a defense attorney when all of his demeanor is just like, no,
No, I didn't.
Nobody's buying.
No, it wasn't.
That's what you said.
No.
So,
look,
reclaiming my
can I
time.
answer? Can I answer the question?
You may not. I just gave you the answer you gave me.
Telling.
I seriously, I don't
No,
think that
actually,
he's ever
it's
been
my
in front of a judge that wasn't paid off, because seriously, the way that he is such a child.
time, Mr.
This guy went to law school.
Chairman. I think those are the rules of this committee. I told him the answer he gave me, and now in
Allegedly.
public he's trying to say something else. Please stop the clock. Can I get that time back? May I have 20 seconds back, Mr. Chairman?
It's pathetic. Yeah,
Thank
he
you.
really
I
is.
very much appreciate that.
It's not the end of it. That was their first attempt to basically silence her, cut her off, and move on.
Mr. Blanche.
You don't want me to answer the question.
Mr. Blanche, as you know, I've visited DOJ 3 times for as much as 10 hours, and I'll be going back. Does the Epstein File Transparency Act say that the file should be available to members of Congress with a minder at DOJ, where you're in a secure room, you can't write on any of the binders, you can take your own notes? Is that what the Transparency Act says?
It doesn't require we allow you to come to DOJ at all. We did that on our own.
What does it say in terms of
We do that.
transparency? It says that they should be made publicly available.
And they
Am I-
were. They
Am
were.
I correct?
And they
Publicly
were.
available.
And they were.
Oh, well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon. And I'd actually like to get 20 seconds back. How do I get cut off 2 minutes into this?
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Damn.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman. No, that's not right. What rules are we operating under? Because he's under a little bit of heat for not prosecuting anyone in these monstrous crimes? I've been in the room.
Based.
I have been there. This is
Good
what
for her.
I had to do.
I want to stop right there. Folks, when I tell you that the Republican Party objectively doesn't give a damn about principle or rule, I mean it. They are so desperate to save Trump's ass that they're just swinging a gavel down. I know you were supposed to get 5 minutes, but I'm cutting you off at 2 minutes and 10 seconds because fuck you. That's how they play the game of politics.
Yep.
That's how they think about things. They've got the gavel, rules be damned. 5 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, they're literally
5 minutes.
You got fucking the dude, the Department of Homeland Security, fucking Mark Wayne Mullen, going out there and saying that he will not abide by fucking court orders.
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
dude,
Who gives a damn?
We're at this point where they're just saying, nope, no more rule of law for the fucking secret police.
You're done. That's where they go. How can you possibly play if we're going to compare politics to a game?
But you know,
game, which actually it's not, because games are voluntary. We all have to
bitch about
play
it on
politics.
the internet, I guess. All of
Politics
us,
is how we govern
including
a
myself.
country, a nation, a world. How can we possibly have any sort of good faith interaction with this fascist cult when they are so desperate to do shit like this? And maybe the only thing that will ever teach them a lesson.
I don't know there. Josiah, maybe stop glazing the Democratic Party and also like not realizing that they are part of it.
Is if Democrats get back into power and
yeah, sure,
they do the same thing to them.
Fucking
No,
lame
we're
asshole.
done. I know we told you 5 minutes, Mr. Republican, but no, we're going to 2 minutes and 10
I'm sorry,
seconds. Because you did this
I'm
2
not gonna
years
make
ago
any
to
friends in
Madeline
these
Dean. It's
spaces
the only
because
way
I
you'll
can't
ever
not
learn.
call it like I see
That
it
we
with
are
him.
prepared to hit you politically as hard as you hit us politically. Maybe that's the only way it will ever get through to them, because appealing to their better angels, they don't give a damn. It's about power.
Yeah,
but let's hear more.
Transcribed to show what is true. What is true is that the president has lied about being on Epstein's plane, and the unredacted files prove that. There's a lot in here. I am shocked at this. There's also this set of files.
And so you saw, again,
Wow.
It leads back into the clip, the first clip that we played. Now, I want you actually first, before we play this last clip,
Proof that he lied about being on the plane.
I want you to see again some
Jeffrey
of
Epstein,
the
I don't even know the
reactions
guy.
to this, because it's
He was
quite
such a
stunning.
weirdo.
Let's start here.
He's always hanging around me.
Again, people are reacting to this. Motherfucker started a failed war to cover up the Epstein files. I love watching Dean when she's grilling people, previously an educator and a lawyer. She gets to the core issues. Whoa, people are commenting. Toddler cover-up can send him to prison. Now we'll be bombing Cuba in 72 hours to distract from this.
Yep.
Let's see. Dean's point was unmistakable. This isn't about timing or process. You need to watch this entire exchange. Wow. The cover-up cannot be more obvious. You're a lying piece of shit. Deputy Attorney
Could've
General
sworn I had
Todd
a fucking
Blanche,
story
and
for
that's a
this.
felony, because again, he's testifying under oath in front of Congress. He's lying.
Damn it.
It's prosecutable, at least in theory. This just happened. And again, it's something that everybody
I thought I had a link to the story about
should
this.
be talking about. This is further proof that an Epstein Files cover-up is in effect as we speak.
I did want to explain what I held up here.
Okay.
For the viewing public, what you do as a member of Congress is you go in, you release your phone, you release anything that would have electronics, and you go in and you attempt to capture some redacted material. So I took a look at this email from Jack Goldberger, Wednesday, October 14th, 2009. The subject is Trump. It is to Jeffrey Epstein. And the language here that is not redacted reads, spoke to Alan Garten, Trump's attorney. Garten arranged a 20-minute phone conference with Trump and Brad in lieu of a deposition. Following was discussed. The blacked out box is what was discussed, a regurgitation of that. I'll read to you what I was able to see underneath. It's, as I say, it's shorthanded, it's clipped as a regurgitation of what took place. J.E.
His
never
face
expelled
is
from
telling
Mar-a-Lago.
on him.
No,
He's not
he
a
was
good
not
poker
member.
player.
May have been a guest, never asked to leave. Mark Epstein said Trump on J.E. plane. Is that true? Answer. I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane, no young girls on plane. What do you know about allegations against J.E.? Only what I read in the paper. Trump ever at J.E. house? I may have been there with my wife. Any young girls there? No. May have been some children of guests, but that's it. Trump specifically asked Garten to advise us of the interview. Brad had also talked to manager of Mar-a-Lago, Bert Lemke. Lemke confirmed J.E. never asked to leave Mar-a-Lago.
Damn.
I say that to say what a silly...
Damn. These are the files that they released saying, oh, they're transparency. Unredacted. Yeah, guess what? There might be a reason they redacted this one because it directly contradicts what Trump was saying about never being on the plane.
The exercise that members of Congress have to go through.
Jesus Christ. This is... We're right back to it, guys. I'm right back to it. Epstein coverage. Let's go.
Conversations
We're going back to it. Like
with the president.
They somehow they did trick us. They even tricked me to stop caring about the Epstein files. Fuck that.
Of a deposition.
We're right back to fucking
this
caring.
Has nothing to do with
I should have never
redacting
stopped.
victims' names. My only point. I don't have a question for you. My only point is you are gravely conflicted.
Yep.
It is so obvious you are gravely conflicted. These survivors deserve prosecutions. They deserved them years ago, and now it's in your lap, as Pam Bondi told us. They need an independent prosecutor. I hope you will do that.
So, if I may I briefly respond, the law, the Epstein Transparency Act requires us to redact victims. We also have other laws that apply that require us to apply other redactions. That's not my law. That's your law. And what was just read, the reason why that was redacted is because that's a privileged communication between counsel. So the fact that it was read is fine, but that wasn't redacted because there were victims' names. That was redacted for another purpose, which we're legally obligated to do.
I advise you to take a look at the Epstein transparency law.
Because the Epstein Files transparency law supersedes other laws as well. It's like you may only make redactions to protect victims. That's it. And new law supersedes old law when they're in conflict. Okay. So again, there you have it, folks. This is all about protecting Donald Trump. She also revealed that information in the unredacted files concludes that Donald Trump was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. She also reveals that other redactions made were not in compliance with the Epstein files. This just was released. It's now going viral. It's a major development and further proves that there is a cover-up going on as we speak. As far as the rest of the hearing, where Todd Blanche is peppered with all sorts of important questions about the slush fund and Trump corruption, we will be talking about that tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll probably be talking about that tomorrow as well. So tomorrow's stream is going to be a little weird. So I know it's Thursday. I didn't stream on Monday. So I'm going to end up streaming tomorrow night at some point. It's probably going to be around like 8 p.m. My time, but it could be earlier. We're trying to figure this out because we really don't know what time my wife is getting discharged from the hospital. So I'd assume if she's getting discharged, it's going to be around like, the afternoon. So we should be okay. they make up legal. I mean, dude, they make up so much of this shit, and then they're just like, yeah, well, this is all technicality, legal jargon, blurdy blurdy, but then they will gladly throw that shit away if it benefits them. Like, dude, they're just so blatantly corrupt. And the only difference is now they're getting away with it. Now they're in charge. Like, now all of the corrupt motherfuckers are in charge of the government. They literally put the most corrupt dude in charge. And then we're just like, gee golly, Mr. Trump, would you grace us with a little bit of your corruption for us too? And he was just like, you got it, pal. As long as you keep your mouth shut, you know what's going on, and you acknowledge who's king. Like, bro, it's so obvious. That was a piss poor burp.
Democrats on the House Oversight Committee want the head of the Justice Department and the head of the FBI to answer questions under oath about their handling of the Epstein files. Robert Garcia, the top Dem on that committee, made a formal
way to bring it back,
request on
guys. I'll
Tuesday.
say this much.
His ask comes days after former Attorney General Pam
They waited
Bondi
for that lull
testified
in the
before
news
that same
cycle, and it worked. Like, this worked. This was strategic, by the way.
committee and repeatedly placed blame at the
They
feet
held on
of
to
Todd
this.
Blanche and Kash Patel. Congressman Garcia joins us now.
Yeah,
Congressman, it's good to
4.9.
see you.
Ah, that's friendly,
So,
dude. I was going to say
tell
3.
me, what have you heard from the chairman
Damn.
of your committee since you sent that letter?
Well, there's been no response yet, but we certainly expect there to be one. The reality is that the former Attorney General, over 30
If you're not
going
gonna
to
wear a tie, at least, like,
to the acting AG
make
Todd
sure that
Blanche.
this is,
He basically put all of the responsibility on Todd Blanche, on redactions, on why
shit.
the remainder of the
7.
files haven't been released, even on the transfer of Ghislaine Maxwell. And so it's important that we get Todd Blanche in front of our committee and Kash Patel, who is also named multiple times by the former Attorney General as an important part of the Epstein files investigation.
Well, Congressman, do you see that as deflection on her part to lay the blame at Blanche's feet? I mean, saying that he was managing, quote, the entire investigation, or is that her escaping her own accountability here in your view? Or do you think she is telling you the truth, that there is something here? I mean, for a while, even survivors speculated in conversations with me and my colleagues that they thought Blanche was leading the way. He's the one who traveled down to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in the first place.
Yeah, I think both are true. Look, I think there's no question,
Hey,
first
Hermit.
of all, that Pam
What's up,
Bondi
dude?
deflected and tried to play cover for President
How you
Trump.
doing?
Look, I
You
actually
doing?
asked Pam Bondi on multiple occasions, and on 5 separate times, she refused to answer my questions. I was right across from her about President Trump, about what he knew, if he directed any of the redactions, about why he was removed from the Epstein files early on and then placed back in. And so she wouldn't answer those questions. And multiple times, her attorney, who was actually from the Department of Justice, which is pretty rare, turned to her to stop her from not answering questions about the president. So that was pretty stunning. And at the same time, she kept deflecting and deflecting to Todd Blanche. And so when she didn't want to answer a question, she'd say, well, you got to ask Todd Blanche.
Yeah.
Todd Blanche is in
ask
charge of
Todd.
everything. So
And now Todd's
she
just like,
both
oh,
played
ask
cover for the president,
Pam.
but also
Yeah.
clearly put the
Back and forth.
responsibility on Todd Blanche. And so
Fucking information
if that's gonna be her
volleyball.
posture, then we need the acting AG in front of us, and James Comer has got to agree to bring him in. No one can answer the question, why was Ghislaine Maxwell transferred to a less secure prison? Pam Bondi couldn't answer it, and it's time for Todd Blanche to answer that question.
Well, you mentioned the questions, the concerns around all these redactions. And there's this one 2009 email that's been the subject of a lot of discussion in recent days. And I want to play this sound of Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, who talked about that 2009 email that had the subject line Trump. Take a listen.
Uh-oh, Spencer Pratt may not make it to the general.
I took a look at this email
That'd be,
from Jack
hilarious.
Goldberger, Wednesday, October 14th, 2009.
Oh, we saw this.
The subject is
But
Trump.
still, this
It is
was
to Jeffrey
fire,
Epstein.
man. She
J.E.
cooked.
never expelled from Mar-a-Lago.
Good for her.
No, he was not a member. May have
got
been
her
a guest,
viral moment,
never
that's for
asked
sure.
to leave.
The reason why that was redacted is because that's a privileged communication between counsels.
First, Congressman, do you buy his response to your colleague, Congresswoman Dean, there? And then also, do you see conflicting statements on...
Zan. I'll just call you Zan. How's it going? What's going on? Oh, we're watching some Epstein's. So I guess Todd Blanche had to go in front of Congress today and answer questions about the Epstein files. This woman made a very viral moment in reading just one of the files that was, is redacted for reasons. But then it turns out that there's some shit that was pretty scandalous in that file, like an admission that Trump was on the Epstein plane.
On that email coming from this administration.
How you doing, though?
First
Welcome
of all,
to stream.
let's be really clear. There are over 3 million documents and files, 3 million, that have not yet been released to the public, and Pam Bondi confirmed that. And as it relates to these redactions, and specifically the one that you're speaking about, absolutely, it's concerning. These communications should not be redacted.
No.
All of these files should be made public.
Especially, like, per the language of the law.
For these documents does not allow for these redactions.
No.
There's no question that whether it was Todd Blanche or Pam Bondi or anyone else, there is a White House cover-up in trying to protect the president, Mar-a-Lago, and who was involved as co-conspirators in the Epstein files. And so we cannot take Todd Blanche's word. We need to actually see all of the files, and we're demanding for them to continue to be released. There's no question. There's all sorts of stories about Mar-a-Lago. We know that Mar-a-Lago was a place where Jeffrey Epstein was recruiting women who were then later abused. Well, what did Donald Trump know? There's conflicting right now statements by DOJ officials about what's actually in those files and why they were redacted.
Congressman, before we go, can I ask you quickly if you have names of other people who you want to testify under oath soon?
I mean, we do. Look, I think first we want to talk to Alex Acosta again.
Yes. Bring up Alex Acosta and make that shit televised.
And there's numerous associates
that one we will watch live.
That worked on the grounds, whether it was on the island or whether it was in New York or in Palm Beach, that we want to speak to as well. But we have some important interviews coming up in the next few weeks that are folks that we want to talk to, that I have information. So a lot of subpoenas in the future. But right now, we need Todd Blanche and Cash Patel in front of the committee.
All right, Congressman Robert Garcia, thank you. As always, I'm sure I'll be asking to talk to you again soon about some of those other names.
Politics in the USA is so interesting. It really is. I mean, this is why, I have to live through it, and I admit it, I'm kind of a junkie. Like, it's interesting. Like you just said. I'm glad that you ain't wrong. All right, California elections, dude.
The votes are still coming in. The latest projections show Republican Steve Hilton and Democrat Javier Becerra at the head of the pack, billionaire Tom Steyer in third. Joining me now to break all this down, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. So, Harry, tell me, this was such a crowded race. How far ahead when we say that Steve Hilton and Javier Becerra
Slow down? Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, look, here are a couple of key nuggets that I think are so important to keep in mind. Okay, let's just talk about where the race is right now. You got Steve Hilton. He's at 27.7% of the vote. So he's not even at 30%. He's
good job, California.
Leading the pack. You got Javier Becerra at 25.4%, and then you got Tom Steyer at 19.6%. Now, a couple of key nuggets I want you to keep in mind. Number one,
Stop saying
take
nuggets.
a look at this number, and if you can't see it, I'll read it to you. 56% of the estimated...
When you say nuggets, it doesn't sound like you're talking chicken. It sounds like you're talking poop.
...vote is in. That's just an estimate, but that means that upwards of 44% of the vote is still remaining to be counted. And historically speaking, and based upon the trends that we've seen with the ballot delivery so far, the later ballots that get counted tend to be more Democratic. So the question is, can Steyer rise?
Happy Pride to all the lords, ladies, and NBs.
As those late ballots get in, can Hilton hold on to his position? Can Becerra hold on to his position? My guess is Becerra can.
Said that in the most fedora way possible. Me lords, me ladies.
There's one trend we've generally seen in the years is the Republicans tend to fall as we get more of the votes in from California, and the Democrats tend to rise. And I think that was part of the reason why Steve Hilton was saying in that clip that you played, hey, can I keep that position over Tom Steyer remaining in third place?
There was so much talk about this so-called jungle primary. Do you have any sense about turnout?
Yeah, okay. So,
it's so simple here. If you say something, you go to jail. Where you live.
We're talking about a lot of people that are turning out. I mean, we've seen
where you live, where freedom of speech ain't a thing.
We are talking about, what is this? 1.3 million, 1.2 million. nearly 955,000. So we are talking about millions upon millions upon millions of votes. And I think the question is, where can those remaining votes, that 44% that we still have left out, where can Tom Steyer make up that ground? And I'll tell you where I'm looking at right in this area right here. We see a lot of Columbia blue for Javier Becerra, right? And why is that important? Because the San Francisco area...
Yeah, we're just going to use a little bit of a Columbia blue. We're going to paint this coastal region here. We're going to count that one for Becerra, but then we're going to take a little bit of the cobalt blue, and we're gonna put Steyer here in the upper regions, but then we're gonna use a little Hilton red, and we're going to sprinkle that on the back end of the California map here.
Which is the area I circled on here. That's actually where Tom
Bob
Steyer
Ross
is from.
does Harriet.
So if we're in fact expecting that Tom Steyer is going to make up those votes,
Not
it
the
is
best
likely
bit,
to come
but-
from areas like this in and around San Francisco. If Tom Steyer can actually start turning some of this Columbia blue into navy blue for him, hey, then it might be game on.
I like you pointing out San Francisco because obviously there was a race to replace Nancy Pelosi where she backed a candidate that was not able to prevail.
I think this much freedom of
least
speech
so
is
far.
not
Can
so
you
good.
Give me the update on that?
Yeah, I can give you the
That's an
update
odd
on that.
thing
Let's
to
see if
say.
I can go there. Why don't we go there? We're going to go
Then
down,
again,
and I'm going to take my pen off.
You're just
and
like,
we're gonna go,
people
and what
police
are we
my
looking at?
speech.
Hey, I clicked it on
You
the
shouldn't
right
be able to
time.
say
Here
that.
we go. Here we go. California's
Sorry, I
11th
shouldn't be
district.
laughing. That's not fun.
Connie Chan was the person that, in fact, Nancy Pelosi backed. Right now in that top two, Connie Chan is, in fact, in that top two.
Who
now,
are we
what's really
cheering for? Tom Steyer for governor.
interesting is the third place candidate right now.
I kind of like him to
That
at
was
least get into
actually
that second place
Alexandria
position, but
Ocasio-Cortez's former chief of staff. Now, she did not back him, but he spent a lot of money on this race.
Come on,
and
man.
look at this. He is very distant at this point, way back of the pack.
Hello
but
from
right now,
Russia.
It looks like Weiner and Chan going to be the top two. We'll see in the fall whether or not that Chan's actually able to replace Pelosi, whether or not she has the juice in her own district.
Okay, we're done nerding
need that
out
kind of
because I know
smoke here.
people want to know about Spencer Pratt and the LA mayor's race. What is the state of play there?
What is the state of play there? Well, why don't I pull it up? Oh, there we go. I got it here. Okay, what is the state of play? We got 58% of the vote, and Karen Bass, the incumbent mayor, a Democrat, though they all run. It's a nonpartisan race. She is
Nice international
into
crowd today.
the runoff.
Yeah.
She is advanced. We have projected that. She's at 35.8%. The question is, can Spencer Pratt, who is backed mostly by Republicans, he's right now in second place, but I've been keeping an eye on the results, and more of them have come in. And what we've seen is Nydia Rahman, another Democrat, although again appearing on a nonpartisan ballot, has closed the margin as more of those votes have come in. She's now down
Why
by
did I delete
a
his
little bit
message?
less than
Because of his
8 points.
username.
The question is, will the trend that we see, that we expect to see, that is the later ballots being more Democratic, can
If he wants to interact with people, he can, I don't know, he can be an adult. This edgelord bullshit where it's just like you make your username into something super offensive and then you're just like, you're offended. No, I wasn't offended. I don't really give a shit. The fact is, I'm not going to fucking let people just be blatantly homophobic and fucking xenophobic or racist in my chat.
and they in fact
So maybe, I don't know, if you're going to be that way, don't put it like in your fucking username.
allow her to close that gap with Pratt?
Idiots.
I can tell you Karen Bass is hoping that she faces Pratt in the fall because the election polling that I have seen suggested she'd be a heavy favorite over Pratt versus Rahman. That would be a very interesting race indeed.
Also, I noticed you saying more Democratic votes, but in a situation
Just joined the
between
stream.
Bass
What
and
was his
Rahman, you're
name?
talking about someone who ran to the left of Bass. I mean, are there districts and
last homo.
people who are guess would be considered more progressive areas of a California, of LA, that she could benefit from at this point in the game?
Oh, she could absolutely
Like I said.
benefit. I was to LA a few months ago. There are definitely some
Be normal.
progressive areas out there. And I do think the question is, do those people who are returning those late ballots, were they saying, hey, you know what, Pratt has been rising in the polls, I want to stop him, and the safest way to do that is maybe to vote for Bass, who we
okay.
think might be, would easily be able to take him on? Or are they going to say, you know what, I want to keep Bass down, and we know that Bass is higher up in the polls. Maybe we vote for Rahman and try and kick Bass out at the early part of the stage in this round
Tough
instead of
ask,
waiting for
Pep.
the runoff.
We'll look out to California.
What am I, the fucking mom from the Babadook? Why can't you just be normal?
If we can here, and switch to the governor's race there, which receives so much attention.
Yeah.
And right now, again, Steve Hilton, who is the Republican, in the lead. Javier Becerra in second, Tom Steyer in third. The key, of course, in California, it's the top two people in this election, in this primary election that advanced to November. The other key here is that only 56% or 58% counted. There's a chance that Tom Steyer leaps one or both, I suppose, of these people here. But what does this on its face tell you?
Well, what it tells me, it is unlikely that Steve Hilton will grow in terms of his percentage.
Never have I seen one man that like rocked a mustache for so long that like he looked so weird without it, but now if he grows that motherfucker back, he's gonna look even weirder.
Once these additional votes come in, because Democrats,
Isn't that
there's a
weird?
flood of Democratic voting late, a lot of ambivalence about the choice among Democrats, and it broke late. And those are the ballots that will be
Wonder which one of his mistresses didn't like the mustache rides.
counted last. In California, if your ballot arrives within a week,
Allegedly.
they can be counted. So you can expect the Democrats to gain from that and Hilton to lose. So one thing that isn't going to happen that was a fear.
Nah, racist is used. Excuse me. Used pretty appropriately. Transphobe, same thing. If you guys are being transphobes, it's easy. Nazi, I will admit that got diluted.
Was that there among Democrats was that there be
I concede to that one.
Republicans. When Trump endorsed Steve Hilton, I think he ended that.
I'll replace
question,
Nazi with
but,
fascist.
You know, a Trump endorsement in
I'll
a
be,
primary comes with a little bit of a risk in a general election in a state like California.
I'll be more
which
careful
is
with my language.
overwhelmingly Democratic, and so I think it's likely that he will be paired with a Democrat. It's very likely that Democrat will win. But there's some, you know, Tom Steyer's a billionaire who spent almost $250 million on the race. It helps. He was flaying billionaires, but it helps to flay billionaires when you're a billionaire. You can pay for all those ads to flay billionaires.
Whatever happens, he's going to be okay after this election.
Yeah, I think so.
Just
No
very
tag
quickly,
days.
give this a second to load here. We can see where the results are right now in the mayor's race in Los Angeles. You can see Karen Bass ahead. We project she will move on to this runoff in November. Who comes in second is still TBD.
That's lazy.
Now, Spencer Pratt is a Republican
thinking, to be
here.
honest.
Neetha Rahman is a Democrat here. To a certain extent, what do you think Karen Bass wants more? Would you rather face the Republican Spencer Pratt, or would you rather face a progressive Democrat?
Well, look, I think she's well positioned here because she is sort of a center left, and she can go both ways. But Pratt,
When is election? This was yesterday.
I think would be her preferred candidate. I think this was the best possible.
Why, Pep? They would happily call you a Nazi for having an opposite opinion. Then, if you get upset, they will say freedom of speech.
Result for her, because
then by that logic, I should be able to use the R word with absolutely no recourse, right?
LA is an overwhelmingly Democratic town. Pratt
Or is that back on the menu all of a sudden?
has gotten a lot of attention as a kind of human expression
Trying to
of
be a jerk.
rage, and there's a lot of anger in LA about homelessness, about the way the fires were handled. He's not exactly a font of solutions. He's a former reality show bad guy, and I don't think time necessarily is going to be helpful to him. So I think if she's rooting for a candidate, she's probably rooting for him to survive.
It is interesting, though, even though more people voted against it.
Honestly, my biggest opinion is that it just got overused.
But Mayor, that's not something you like
Did
to see.
dilute it because now they hear Nazi and they're just like, I don't even care anymore. You're just lefties.
As an incumbent, but still.
Instead of like using the nuance of just being like, hey, you're a Nazi because you're doing this exact same tactic as, Joseph Goebbels or, the SS or whatever.
This may be the order she is most happy about. David,
I just want to use it against you.
It's good to see you, John.
Take me to California now. They're still counting.
They do it with commie and fucking socialists.
So a lot of unknowns.
I don't know. This is the difference. Like, this is the main difference with me and a lot of people. Not a lot as far as words really break through and truly offend me.
What's your big take on this so
If anything,
far?
I get more offended on other people's behalf.
And what you think the message could be coming out of this one?
I don't know.
Well, it seems voters are frustrated.
Not saying that's the way to be, though,
because
because
with
the overall economy, with the situation as well in California. And,
Yo,
you know,
where in the fuck is play?
Primary setup of this is interesting.
House
You're seeing
party.
that particularly on the Democratic side, that voters were being strategic. They weren't rushing to vote. And you're likely going to have more mail-in ballots that are counted now in the days, weeks to come. And what that brings up is potentially the dynamic of a red mirage. Yes, you have the Republican there that you just saw, Steve Hilton, holding a slim lead here, you know, in this race. However, as those mail-in ballots are counted, many from Democratic voters, are you going to see that be eclipsed? That's something to watch there on the red mirage. And then in the mayoral
Yeah, but then if they call me a Nazi, should I actually be offended by that, or just, I don't know, let that just be like, okay.
It's been fascinating, right? You had an incumbent facing significant pushback, not only a challenge from, yes, this is a nonpartisan race, but not only a challenge from someone thought to be a Republican, but also a challenge on the progressive side. Also, just fascinating in this race, we're seeing the rise of AI ads as well in our political system. Obviously, when it came to the Republican candidate in the mayoral race, or the candidate thought to be Republican in the mayoral race, those artificial intelligence ads definitely made a splash.
Yeah, he's definitely talked about his Republican tendencies, so we can definitely put it into the into the R category. It's great to see you, Zolan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this one was kind of agree to disagree there, Sylvie.
Mayor Bass has come under heavy criticism for her handling of the Palisades fire, from the homelessness problem. And Spencer Pratt, you can laugh if you want to about him being a reality TV star, but he has tapped directly into that vein of frustration with politicians, with the establishment. A lot of the themes we heard actually from Donald Trump on a much larger scale. But he's saying, I'm just a resident of this city who's fed up. Join me in this. We don't know if he's going to be in the race. It's looking likely that he might be there with Karen Bass in the fall. But what are you seeing so far in this race?
Well, it'll be interesting because I'm not sure he knows much
That is creepy how much he looks like Kevin Feige
about
from
how
Marvel.
the city is run and
Holy
how
shit.
you can run the city. I don't think he has a really good grasp on the policy stuff. I think he is just, you know, hey, I know you're mad, and I'm the guy you should vote for if you're mad.
Yeah, and that's how Donald Trump won. This is where Democrats, wake the fuck up, you idiots. Wake the fuck up. You don't know how to fucking just speak to kitchen table issues. You don't know how to speak to people anymore. You literally get people to mistrust you just because you're just like, well, we just need to wait, and we just need to do, you know, procedure this, procedure that. And then all they see is gas prices are high, motherfucker. And then this guy's just like, ain't gas prices high? And they're like, yeah.
And
This is what happens when consultants get involved.
that's pretty shallow. Now, we'll see. Maybe he, you know, shows a little more depth in the next phase of this race. I cannot argue with you that people in L.A. Writ large are very frustrated at the leadership, the current leadership. But I got to say, at the end of the day, I think she ends up pulling it out. Now, I might be wrong about that because people are really mad. But I think the governor's race is fascinating. I think you'll end up seeing Becerra, the next governor of California.
Let's bring into the conversation senior writer at the Dispatch, columnist at Bloomberg Opinion, David.
What they said about
Drucker.
Kamala.
David, good morning. Obviously, California, a heavily Democratic state, but we see
Dems don't want to win as long as their bottom line is met. Yeah. Like I said this on a previous stream where I genuinely think that they want to lose so they have more of a platform.
Hilton at or near the top
Because
of the governor.
It all comes down to fundraising, guys, and you don't fundraise when you're in power.
Race, you see Spencer Pratt making a
There
run
has
at
to be an
Karen
enemy.
Bass here, looking like
That's why the Republicans are scrambling right now, because they have all the power. They are failing at it, and they're just like, please. Like, this is why when Donald Trump said that he doesn't care about, like, I'll be completely real. If the Republicans do pull out the midterms and, like, nothing changes, I think he rigged the election because he doesn't want to fucking lose power. But I also think that technically he ain't going to do shit because he wants the Democrats to win. I keep saying that he wants someone to blame. Who's better to fucking blame than the Democrats in the House? You give them one fucking, you give them one position of power in governance, and then you just say, all right, well, hey, they obstructed me. It's all the dirty Democrats. I took the B out.
Don't know for sure yet that he may advance to the election in the fall. What do you see in these results so far?
Well, I actually don't see anything too outside of the ordinary. Look, I'm a California native. I grew up in Los Angeles. And so much is different now in California than it was when I was coming up in the 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s. The state is just a decidedly blue state in a way that it wasn't years ago, even when it behaved like a blue state. And Los Angeles is, as my sources out there still remind me, is 7 points more Democratic, capital D, than the state of California as a whole. And so Steve Hilton and Spencer Pratt both have real hills to climb. I think it's notable that Javier Becerra came out of nowhere, essentially, when the Democratic Party was having all those problems at the top of the ballot there because of Swalwell. And he's in a position to win in November. I think that's pretty clear by the numbers. I think for a Republican to win in California, and this was even true when I was a younger man, you have to separate yourself from the national party, and having President Trump's endorsement really doesn't do Mr. Hilton any favors, just because of how voters feel about President Trump. As popular as he can be in these red states, he is decidedly unpopular in blue states. And look, Karen Bass in Los Angeles, I mean, she should have been fired last night. There should have been better Democratic competition. There wasn't. And you can see by the numbers there that she's still in a position to win. Now, if Spencer Pratt is going to take advantage of her myriad leadership failings, and there have been many, and the city has so many problems, then the best thing he could do in my sort of 30,000 foot quick analysis here is to take a page out of Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger's 2003 recall campaign. The state was different. This is a mayoral campaign, not a gubernatorial campaign. But one of the things he did then was leverage his fame, become a policy expert on boring stuff like water policy and electricity transmission. And it really showed voters that he was a serious policy wonk and not just a famous guy who wanted attention and wanted to run for governor. Not that he needed attention. Spencer Pratt does something like this. That might give him an opportunity to leverage this outsider campaign and frustration with the mayor's issues and problems and pull off an upset. But if it's only about his innovative AI ads, it's just not going to work.
I want to show you this video just into CNN. It shows the scene in Kuwait airport where the victim of the attacks, an Indian national,
Jesus fucking Christ, they hit airports, guys.
Was killed. Bear in mind, the airport only
airport.
reopened a few days ago following damage from the beginning of this.
Yeah, this war's back on.
War.
Tensions remain high in the Persian Gulf after new strikes overnight by both the U.S. and Iran testing the fragile ceasefire. Iran says it was targeting American bases in Bahrain and Kuwait.
Have a good night, Ghost.
The strikes hitting Kuwait's airport, killing at least one person and injuring dozens more. There's limited clarity on how negotiations.
This just happened like so this is from 2 hours ago.
Going to try and end the war. President Trump says that contacts are continuing.
I had just started
but
stream.
Iranian state media are downplaying suggestions of progress. Let's go live now to CNN correspondent Jeremy Diamond. So, Jeremy, what is happening in the region right now?
Well, Boris, over the last 24 hours, we've certainly seen an uptick in regional tensions and escalation in attacks by both the United States and Iran in the region. But both sides seem committed to trying to avoid the kind of escalation that would ultimately lead to a return to all-out war between the two parties. It all began yesterday, it seems, when the United States struck an oil tanker that was attempting, it would seem, to head towards an Iranian port, breaking that U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports. And the U.S. also carried out what it described as self-defense strikes against Iranian military targets on a strategic island off the Iranian coast. Iran then carried out strikes against U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain overnight, as well as striking Kuwait's international airport. There was some quite a significant video of one of those strikes hitting Kuwait's international airport, and also missiles and interceptors that were lighting up the night sky in what was clearly the most intense round of Iranian strikes since this ceasefire took effect. One person was killed, 63 others injured in Kuwait, according to Kuwaiti authorities. Beyond that, though, it's not clear where things stand as it relates to the negotiations between the United States and Iran. The diplomacy has clearly not been killed by this latest round of strikes. Both parties still seem intent on trying to reach an agreement, but how far away we are from that potential agreement remains very unclear. President Trump today indicating that the contacts between the United States and Iran are continuing, but it has been days now since the U.S. sent its revisions to this memorandum of understanding that both sides have been working on following President Trump's meeting with his top officials this past weekend. Meanwhile, the president also confirmed that he was, quote, perturbed by the behavior of the
Looks like I'm staying at the hospital tonight.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what led to that tense phone conversation that we and others reported on yesterday. The president confirming the reporting from Barak Ravid about using multiple F-bombs in his conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, I'm so glad that we're mad. Like, we're so morally upset at the F-bombs, not the bombs. What the fuck is wrong with us? What, humanity just we deserve it. We deserve the big tsunami. We deserve the meteor. We are so fucking stupid.
The negotiations are continuing.
God damn it.
Today in terms of talks between Israel and Lebanon, which was, of course, at the center of some of those tensions between Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister. The U.S. Secretary of State saying that he hopes that the second round of talks happening today will lead to a joint statement and an action plan for Lebanon. Boris?
Yeah, such a joke, the false indignation about swearing. Meanwhile, Republicans are just like, did you hear that Trump said the F-word? Yeah, he talks just like us. Yeah, I love the guy. Oh, did you hear that one of the Democrats said the F-word? Whoa, think of the children.
Jeremy.
We really are the dumbest fucking nation on the planet.
Diamond, staying on top of the story for us. Thank you so much.
CNN's team has just entered Iran to get the view from within the country. CNN, let me remind you, operates in Iran only with the permission of the government there, but it does maintain full editorial control of our reports. Here's Fred Plotkin.
We've just entered Iran and we're currently driving towards Tehran. I would say that the drive is probably going to take well north of 12 hours. And we come here at a pretty decisive time as the United States
What do you think their playlist is?
and Iran are trying to
Shot to the heart, but you're too late.
closer to a memorandum of understanding that would at first end the hostilities between the United States
Mamma mia, Figaro.
and Iran, but also pave the way for negotiations for a broader peace agreement that could then happen maybe a month, maybe 2 months down the line. At the same time, the security situation, especially...
Nah, you know it's even worse. You know it's the fucking... And I could walk 1,000 miles.
in the Persian Gulf area between the U.S. and Iran remains fragile and it remains volatile. Just overnight, there have been attacks that went back and forth. The United States hitting some targets on some islands in the Persian Gulf. The Iranians respond.
Hold on for one more day.
With ballistic missile strikes targeting American installations in places like Bahrain and Kuwait. So all of that, of course, makes for a very difficult situation.
The grocery store slump.
Two sides.
That's what you call it, the grocery store slump.
Say they are committed to try and reach some sort of agreement to end this war.
Well, let's connect you then. That's Fred, of course, in Iran.
They just start going through all the 2000s hits. Someone that I used to know.
Connect you to Kuwait. scene of these deadly Iranian strikes overnight. Bad al-Saif is a regular guest on this show. He's professor of history at Kuwait University, joining us from Kuwait City. Your analysis.
He goes a little cultural insensitivity with it. He does the fucking the song by Twisted.
Insight is always very valuable. So thank you.
By Twista, not Twisted. By Twista.
Thank you once again, Bader, for joining us today. A staggering human toll where you are, one death, over 60 injured. What are you hearing and seeing on the ground there? Let's start there.
Becky, it's been a sleepless night for many of us in Kuwait. We've sustained a lot of missiles and drone attacks.
Welcome to WP. And my dog ran away. And we're listening to W101 PM. How's everybody doing?
Close to 30. And, you know, every life lost is a disaster and a tragic incident for us. This is something that we would like to not see happen in Kuwait or in anywhere else in the region. The airport has been open for some time, by the way. What's been new in the last 2 days was the reopening to international airlines. And that was the target, I guess, with the Iranians coming in for the third time in this week, attacking us with these.
I was just responding to Terry there.
These targets, interceptions, but unfortunately the airport was hit. But our resolve is strong in Kuwait. Within hours, flights were resumed from other terminals. And that's the spirit that we're going on with. Life continued normal. People went to work. It's final exam season for many high schoolers. They also went to their exams, and life continues.
I mean, clearly you're talking about sort of, life being, normal. There is a new normal, of course, in Kuwait and around this region. Kuwait has borne the brunt of Iran's recent attacks. The UAE, where I am, bearing the brunt of the sort of the attacks since the conflict began, of course. But, this isn't a question of sort of who got how many. I mean, this is...
Not the advice for that. It's a huge problem for me. XP, I don't know why, but even when they spew blatant lies, my brain wants to believe them more than anyone else.
This is worrying stuff.
Because they work within the AP structure. So the difference between like CNN... MS Now, they still work within like a traditional journalistic framework. Like CNN built itself by presenting news in like a half-hour format. Then they started cutting it down to like 15 minutes, and then 10 minutes, and 5 minutes. So now you'll get but no matter what, you will get at least 5 minutes of news. But then like when this guy came on, it became opinion journalism. Like, yes, she's conducting an interview, but he'll give his opinions. Now, she does still have to fit within a framework for the, the actual like network. I know that she actually broadcasts like within the international one, so that's even more stringent. You mean conservatives and Republicans and conservatives in general? Yeah.
Kuwait economy.
You got to start either using their tactics or they're always going to win.
Has been one of the worst hit in the region.
They did kind of figure out something there.
To stop exporting nearly 2 million barrels.
And also, it's the uncomfortable truth that some people actually want to be coddled, not necessarily lied to, but coddled.
Of oil a day, despite the energy sector making up more than half of GDP and more than 90% of government.
Yeah, that's why they can break everything down to talking points. It's very easy. This is where like Democrat, whether you're a Democrat or a leftist, we do get bogged down in a lot of fucking just... I hate to sound anti-intellectual here. I really do, because I'm I'm not, but it's boring shit. It's boring shit. Most people want fucking quick fucking... This is why TikTok is a thing. They take, like, they're all long form. They're all like, ooh, Bueller, this is why... we do not have democracy. Like, that's the Democratic Party, and it's honestly unappealing. They don't know how to fucking speak to people like real people either. They treat it like at least the fucking like Republicans do the thing where it's like, you're a bunch of babies. Listen to us. We know what you're doing, even though they don't. Whereas the Democrats are even worse because they treat you like babies. Okay, that's adorable. Oh, you want your pinky?
Revenues. The OECD now says the Iran
Let the adults do the thing, okay? And we're all like, okay.
war could be as bad for global economic growth as the COVID pandemic. Can you just explain, how does a country like yours bounce back at this point?
Like it bounced back.
Am I wrong?
Back in 91 when it was liberated from Iraqi occupation, and like it bounced back after Iranian aggression in the 1980s, Becky, and like it bounced back after the war on terror in the early 2000s.
Look, it's all falsetto with me, though.
We're not remiss to the problems and the challenges that have unfolded because of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And obviously, we will need to reprioritize a lot of our projects. But I think the way that Kuwait is looking at this is a moment and an opportunity to come closer together to not only our Gulf neighbors, but to in the region at large. We can't be hostage to a conflict that's been
I'm
draining
sure
the
media school gives you the insight into how the sausage is made. Fuck yeah.
region for
That's
decades.
what made me realize
between
it
the
is all pro wrestling, because they're all working within the same framework.
U.S. and Iran.
That's why also why like I don't believe like any. This is why like the Fox News thing really pissed me off. They got away with it. They literally registered as an entertainment entity, and then we're just like, we're like we're performative news. Yes, we have some news, but that's all print.
Iran.
That's how they got away with it, by the way, is so Fox News, if you notice this, will do a lot of their own print like references on their channel. Whereas like you'll see on CNN, you'll see the AP, or you'll see fucking Al Jazeera or whoever the fuck. But Fox News usually sources itself or the New York Post, which is itself.
Add on top of this the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that looms large over all of our businesses. All of these are intractable.
Pep is being funny, but he knows way more about media manipulation than the average person.
Conflicts need to be addressed.
This is my curse.
Head on, Becky. We can't keep going back and forth.
This is the curse of being deep and knowing like what's going on, but also wrapping it all in the veneer of comedy.
On the same issue. If we don't address root causes, you're going to end up going back.
Actually, you want to know something interesting? This is very strangely shaped like your colon. Like, so this right here is kind of what like separates your colon from like your large intestine, and then here's your colon.
Back to the same point again.
Yeah, and we hear this, reflected.
You can tell that I've been staring at diagrams for a while.
Around the region, not least today, the UAE's top diplomatic.
Oh my God! But the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God! I gotta bring that up to her fucking surgeon. That will
advisor
Anwar
Gargash in response to what has happened overnight, calling for, and I quote him here, a firm, unified, and cohesive.
It legit looks like a colon.
Gulf stance. What do you make of that? And what could that kind of Gulf response look like?
Hey, you heard it first here on Pep Talks. If anybody ever says that the Strait of Hormuz is shaped like a colon, they heard it here. You know I'm getting out there.
At this point, we know this is not a monolith, this region. We know that there are different narratives out there. What are your thoughts?
No, it's not with confidence. Democrats and leftists always sound like shaky and stuttery. Yes. Well, it's because they don't want to be perceived as something like... This is the thing. Like, Sylvie, do I have that problem?
Gargash is right.
I'm genuinely asking, do I have that problem? I know that, like, yes, you guys have a little bit of audience capture with me. I will even call it that. But I don't think I have, like, personally, I don't think I have it.
Right, to put out the sentiment.
And
we commemorated a few days ago.
And I guess I'm going to be a little egotistical with this stream is that, yeah, more people need to think like me on this one. Just stop taking everything too seriously. Learn how to speak like a person.
Oh, the 45th anniversary of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation.
Hey, Doc, you heard about Iran? You'll love it.
Council that holds the 6 Gulf states. But we can't restrict ourselves to timid projects.
Sometimes, but I don't think you do it often.
In putting together an interconnection authority, for example, that ties our electricities together. We're working on a railway network that's going to connect all 6 capitals. And now they're actively looking at connective pipelines as well. But I think a key component of all of this, Becky, and this speaks to what Mr. Gargash has been alluding to, is our defense doctrine. Despite the differences, we are being attacked. And when one city is attacked, the others are attacked. We signed up for a joint Peninsula Shield Force in 1982, a year after the creation of the GCC. And we've created a joint defense agreement in the early 2000s. That needs to be activated. And we need to have an interoperability system that protects us all, an early warning system that pushes us together. And that's the only way forward. If we're not treating this threat from Iran in a unanimous manner, we're not going to be able to withstand it. And Iran likes to deal with us bilaterally. We shouldn't offer it this chance. We should look at it clear-eyed with a very clear agenda on how to move forward with all the files that are pending between the two sides of the Gulf.
It's good to have you. I'm sorry about the experience for everybody there overnight, not least those who lost a family member and of course those who were injured. It's always good to get you on and to get your sort of wider insight as well.
You can't fault him. Well, I mean, realistically, like she said, he lost a family member, and just in general, I'm like, yeah. Primary election, yeah, we get it. We fucking get it. Israeli castle. What?
He's now being sued in court over this. So what did Pestany do? But Hassan. That's what he did. He turned around and was like, well, what about Hassan? And his dumbass audience ate that shit up. Every time this dumbass gets into trouble due to his own gluttony, due to his own weirdo behavior, his own narcissism, his self-destructive behavior.
All right, likely this is where I'm going to have to wrap tonight. Let's see. Yeah, this is probably going to be the last segment of the night.
Holy shit, this guy took the photo earlier this morning, and I cannot believe that it's already up. That's unbelievable. Yeah, I did an interview with the Times UK. I think there's truth to the idea that things like public transit also show.
I don't know, guys. Do I need to start wearing a suit? Do I need to, like, plan a haircut? Do I need to get more serious about this shit?
How the power of government can directly impact people's lives, public services in general. Absolutely.
Gonna miss you, Pep. I ain't going nowhere.
All right, someone needs to find a way around this pay
just tonight, yeah.
wall for me. That's a 3 out of 10.
Wednesday, I usually only stream till 7 anyway.
Cross, you got to up your game. I disagree. I think I look good. I think it's a good leg cross. You're absolutely correct on your take about the infrastructure being a huge hurdle. My mom and I both noticed we didn't see a single door knocker in our neighborhood in SoCal throughout this entire election cycle. Yes. Yes. That's a huge problem. It makes it much more difficult to when you don't have a coherent sense of community, because the cities are not walkable, because there's no public transit, and that feeds into non-walkable cities. It's like Carver Line infrastructure. That makes it much more difficult to door knock. That makes it much more difficult to organize in general. These are all major structural hurdles, but then there's also the hurdles that you have to clear with the party machine, the Democratic Party's election machine that relies on all of the major labor unions in this country, right? Or major labor unions.
She's so goddamn cute.
California, sorry.
That's cute as my Stanley. Wait. Dual dog cams. Dual dog cams.
That also makes it.
Yeah, I'm a nerd out about this. Dual dog cams. Fuck yeah.
Very difficult. So there are a lot of issues here.
Now say,
but they're
good
not,
boy, good girl.
They're not
and
issues that we can't overcome.
Yeah, enjoy.
Okay? They're not issues that we cannot overcome. We can overcome these issues. We will overcome.
If you like a fancy jacket, get a fancy jacket. Just make sure you do it because it's how you want to.
If we put the time and effort.
Well, the thing is, like, I'm not trying. Like, the difference between me and Hassan is Hassan wants to be serious with certain people. I am a comedian. I don't care.
And if we get these,
I will work from sweatpants in a fucking club in my 60s.
Centimillionaires like Troy Cott and billionaires like Tom Steyer to fund these initiatives, maybe we could actually build a system here. Who knows? Because it's very clear when they run themselves, it doesn't really work that well, right? What is this? Hassan, did you address New York City exposing that you're a gooner? Did you watch the goon material before opening stream? Is that what you do every time you put time and effort into gooning? Do you fund your gooning habits? Do you have a system of gooning? Yeah, all of it is true. We'll get to that in a little bit. I mean, it's the classic. This is the best possible way to talk about this. Fuck New York Post. It appears you're threatening billionaire interests. Anyway, here's a picture of your house. They sent a drone to my house, man.
Yo, that's his house? Damn, dude. Damn, that's at least 3,000 square feet. If he has a basement too, oh.
They literally,
all right.
Sent a drone to my house. It's unbelievable.
Sometimes.
That's the reason why I didn't want to talk about it.
Like I said, man, there's a part of me that just like looks at this and I'm like, that's too much.
Yesterday because it's like a clear.
But then again, doesn't he have his like family living with him or some shit?
But
So-
I mean, it's gone unbelievably viral at this point. So yeah, it's very Israel coded. They were like, why you
Second
not love
Goonies movie,
Why you
what?
not love Israel? Here's drone at your house. On the plus side, they can't use the mansion attack anymore. I know. That's on purpose, by the way. I had literal journalists reach out to me and were like, it kind of feels like they put the hit out on you, my boy. Yeah. Rupert Murdoch Media was like, you've been ruffling too many feathers. Here's a photo of your house.
Also, $2 million? Huh.
Sources report Hassan.
All right. I'm going to just say that is probably conservatively about 900,000 in like Chicago. That specific house, like square footage and all.
Biker seen browsing New York City Zillow. True. I will say, I've been seeing even your haters saying that your house is just a normal ass house. Yeah, it's always been a normal ass house. That's why every single person that has come to visit me here has been like, this is the house you got canceled over? Yeah.
Yeah, his garage isn't even attached. I have an attached garage.
People just hear the price and lose their minds and assume it's like a mega mansion or something. It's so crazy. They don't understand that it's a byproduct of
Yeah, that's where you live.
Also, there's the most annoying losers who may or may not have given a quote to the article. By the way, former friend, they say in the article. Finally, an article that approaches us on creepiness. She did a very good job. Ethan Klein banned from celebrity poker for being a weirdo creep to women, and now he's sharing New York Post articles. What happened to this guy? I vaguely knew him as a progressive streamer. Then I blinked, and he was a fully deranged Zionist obsessed with his son.
Where I live, that's like a 300K 450. Yeah, that's what I've heard though. So like, okay, so get this shit. One of my family members, they live in Georgia, right? So they came, like they saw my house, and it was cool. Like I was happy to like, share this with them. But then they show me their house, and they're like, we paid less than you. I was like, that's a mega mansion. Like their house is made of stone. They have like fucking 2 acres of land, and they paid the exact same. I was like, okay, that is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, October 7 happened, and he lost his mind.
But
yeah, they published
you gotta live in Georgia, like rural ass Georgia. Fuck that.
Photo of his house and said, "Here is where."
Yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's literally in the middle of nowhere. No. My cousin, she has to go like fucking 45 minutes to like a fucking Costco and all that bullshit. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Goons here. He likes breasts. Are you not shaken to your very core? It's a really funny article that they wrote, because this was one of the articles that backfired spectacularly, because they were like, this guy is creepy. What a creep. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? Literally, everyone was like, what the f are you talking about? It's basically Ethan Klein's Google Doc that he wrote about how I was how I have sex. Okay. You and Graham Platter running on the pro masturbation ticket. They were pulling tweets that were obvious jokes from 2012. I know. They're treating me like I'm running for Senate. Plattner pulled out of a planned event with Vote Vets and is leaving D.C. early and is returning to Maine because New York Post reporter showed up to his in-laws' house and family restaurant, per sources familiar. Like, these guys are straight up. They link in the article, Ethan Klein showed up lying about you from some tiny clip channel, same channel that suggested views of Epstein sending revenge of his ex-wife, Lamau. They can't even do opposite without it up. I know. Imagine if you were female and they did this. Here's where she lives. She keeps her dildo drawer there. Everyone would be up in arms over how inappropriate that would be. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It's crazy. There was literally like...
Yeah, I could not live in a city.
There's one statement in it where I was...
Or at least like near a city.
Like, who the would have said...
I mean, right now I live like... People would say that like, oh, you're not city. It's like, no.
That. Off camera, he's very stiff and impersonal. I can't tell how much of what he says he actually...
neighborhoods outside of like the big buildings.
He believes he definitely leverages a creep on
That's
women.
how
A
that
former
works.
pal told the Post.
You ever been to Queens?
I wonder who wrote that. I'm sorry, but despite what I
live
think
in like
about
what's
Hassan, I think
yeah, actually that's a good way of putting it. I live in like the equivalent of like what would be Chicago, Queens.
promoting the New York Post may backfire as they're doing nothing to sound any more reputable like a 1990s tabloid gossip magazine biased towards regular readers of Murdoch rags. This all seems desperate, not gonna lie. Who's the former pal that told New York Post? All roads point to Ethan, lol. Ethan is the former pal. This is Ethan Klein's own subreddit calling him out for this shit. They literally do the same thing that Ethan has been trying to do, that Pestany started when he... Here's where this all roads lead back to Ethan Klein and Pestany. Okay?
I'm happy that that one stuck.
Here's why. Epstein was trying to procure CSAM in exchange for revenge pornography that he was distributing to a bunch of people, including one person that turns out was underage. He's now being sued in court over this. So what did Pestany do? But Hassan. That's what he did. Yeah. He turned around and was like, well, what about Hassan? And his dumbass audience ate that shit up. Every time this dumbass gets into trouble due to his own gluttony, due to his own...
Oh, yeah, that tree looked awesome.
Weirdo behavior.
I was actually jealous of that. I cannot get any of my accent plants to actually grow in the soil around a tree, so good job on you.
His own narcissism, his self-destructive behavior.
I've tried that
he
many
will then
times.
Turn around and go, Hassan does this too.
It's fucking impressive.
And it's never something that I've done. Right?
Yeah, if you guys are interested in joining the Discord, consider
they
doing
always go,
so.
Hassan has done this as well. I'll have you know. And it's never something that I've actually done, right? They just try to do the no you defense. And in this circumstance, it's just like a bunch of different things that they've pulled of like people joking. Remember back in the day when it was when the common meta on Twitch was, oh, he can't keep getting away with it. And people that are like peeking over my shoulder at my phone and being like, oh my God, what is that? Most of it is a meme, but they make it seem as though this is like me sharing.
I mean, let's be real. The most problematic thing about your sex life is that you might have fucked Ashley Sinclair, which I usually don't do the thing like where I care, but bro, that's too.
Nudes that I've received. It's like
you trying to be fucking like, what are you doing? Like, don't like do this thing where Elon can all of a sudden just be like, yeah, he goes through all of my my garbage. It's okay.
And the other half is not even like nudes. They're just suspecting it, right? Like there's a clip that they always use with Pokimane, where they'll be like, Pokimane is looking over his phone. Yeah, that's from a advice segment that we were doing where she was looking at my Raya messages and making fun of me for not responding to anyone. But they make it seem like she's seeing nudes. It's crazy. Half of it is just me joking around on the Fear End podcast about having a fap top, and then these guys turning around.
He has a good boy phone and a naughty boy phone. He has a naughty boy phone and a good boy phone.
And acting as though it's a serious.
Except in Hassan's case, it's he has a good boy phone and a naughty boy laptop. That means he likes to do the fat top
thing.
Damn it, I couldn't get a fucking.
It's ridiculous. It's just like
I couldn't get one. Damn it. A fap.
Weird.
A fap off. There we go. A fap off.
Mishmash of
It's
jokes
fap off.
and insincere.
Thanks, Pep. I hate it.
Suspicions. And it makes no sense because none of it is like actually like the only consent being.
That was not my bit, by the way. That's Jimmy Norton all the way.
Violated in this instance is my consent. You
It's
know,
an Opie and Anthony. That's a
very
classic Opie and Anthony bit.
strange because it was so unbelievably invasive of my privacy.
Fly me to the moon. Come and have a nice dinner. Yeah, well, you're sitting here at the Pep Lounge. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Make sure that you tip the waitresses. We're here all night. I'll be here all weekend. Thank you.
And it's so over the top. What is this?
Trav, how you doing?
Yeah, I know. Trump is pro-communism now. It was so unbelievably invasive of my privacy.
Not gonna lie. Oh,
and
thank
so
you.
over the top that it backfired on them. Yeah, it's literally just this Google Doc, by the way. The article is just this Google Doc that everyone dunked on Ethan Klein for. I guess he just like offloaded it to New York Post. They're like, oh, he dated a porn star. It's like, what the? Lachlan Murdoch, Rupert's heir, has a public.
Hey, you know what? You know what Hassan's favorite Pokemon move is? Thundershock. Cheese.
The available address in Bel Air. He owns the mansion that was used for Beverly Hillbillies. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like it's insane, dude. Sending a drone to my house to do an aerial shot is insane. It's like an objectively insane thing to do. It's like straight up.
Excellent joke.
One of the most insane things that I never thought I would have to deal with. And yet
I hate the fact that I just got a troll to be like, all right.
They did it. Yeah, they published a picture of my house. How would the authors of this piece, how would the editors of the New York Post that allowed this piece to go through, how would they like it if I posted and published photos of their house? They probably wouldn't like it. It's not like neither of us are running for office.
Yeah, but then again, you're like 2 million people famous. Like, you're not like just like small internet famous anymore, there, Haas. Like, you're like rich lifestyles of the rich and famous. Here we have Hassan Piker, where he has his little workout garage, and then he also parks his whatever car he drives with his 5-bedroom house.
This, right? We're both members of the media. What is the journalistic value here? They're trying to get me killed. That's what it is. Yeah, it's the Simpsons meme. This is literally it.
Simpsons scandal update. Homer sleeps nude in an oxygen tent, which he believes gives him sexual powers.
Oh my God.
That's a half-truth.
There, that's a half-truth.
Yeah, Hassan canceled
Dude,
for
I
not
love the
gooing on the
Simpsons.
work
Fuck it.
computer.
I'll just say it.
But it's just like all of this record, all of this.
Hassan can have money. He flaunts luxury. I'm sorry. I'm too ready to shit on this guy. Who, me?
Is an effort to intimidate.
Shit on who you want to shit on. Even if it's me. But just know that this isn't like a kink or anything. This is just one of those things where it's like, nah, freedom of speech and all. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll turn out to be cool. Who knows?
And to create an environment of fear and to make people second guess.
I've had a few people like legit come out of this stream where they're just like, I wanted to troll you so hard, but then you were kind of like too cool.
In their advocacy. Okay? Oh, you're a fucking anti-Zionist, you're anti-capitalist, you're anti-imperialist. Okay. Here's a photo of your house that we took with a fucking drone that we sent to your house.
Yeah, I'm Smoke a Tide Pod's friend, yeah.
And also, we're just going to call you a creepy sex pervert.
Yes, I am friends of Smoke a Tide Pod. And also, follow Smoke a Tide Pod over on Twitch. Please do, because he is one of my favorite streamers and also just a rad-ass mofo.
What the fuck are we doing? What are we fucking doing? I mean, look,
Nah,
I'm
you're cool.
Unfazed. I
don't get mad.
expect this shit. And
dude, it takes a lot for me to like just be like, no, you cannot be on my stream. Oh.
I feel a little bit more. I don't feel discouraged at all. Part of that is because this was so psychotic. Like what they did was so psychotic that it kind of backfired on them, even on Twitter, where I saw like people being like, I don't even like Hassan, but this is crazy.
Oh, shit. I just realized I gotta go.
A former pad told the New York Post, elite reporting. Sounds normal, unlike Cuomo, Trump, and all the other rapists you guys support. The Epstein people really want to make this
All
a
right,
thing?
so what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to play this until the 420, and then we're going to smoke, and then I got to
I
go.
like Hassan, but you clowns are absolutely pathetic. Single man in his 30s is horny. Stop the goddamn presses. Holy smokes, what a scoop. This guy fucks adults consensually, and here's why that is bad. Like, it's mostly people just being like, this is so... We have old men who rape.
I'll be honest, I don't know. Hassan has gone on the record saying that he wants kids and like that he would love a relationship, blah, 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 blah. But he also doesn't like want to, I don't know, not stream, which, yeah, that's kind of a thing. You kind of need to build a relationship. I don't know. I've been married for fucking 20-something, or, well, no. I've been with the same woman for 20-something years. I've been married for, we're going on 14 years.
Kids running the country, but you're running a smear campaign on a guy who criticized Israel for blowing
There's
up
a
kids because
15.
he
Oh,
likes to
shit.
jerk off. Did you
Got married in
chew wood
2012?
3 times a day? What is your deal? Yeah, it literally links to a video. According to a streamer, Piker solicits news from his female fans. This is not true, by the way. According to a streamer he previously worked with. And then this is the fucking clip account that they used. I don't think it will be able to backfire enough. I do think it's getting to a point where you actually have to move. Yeah, this is the Google Doc Ethan Tass's former Hassan stalker employee Giardia was making. Her only job was to sexually obsess over you and log everything she considered dirt related to your sex life. I know. Anyway, this is disgusting. Okay? This is insane. This is
Once
disgusting.
again, you're a hate.
I don't know what else to say about it, but
You're a
what
hater,
can
but
you
it
say
is
about
sus.
It's
No, it
just-
is.
Yeah, this was, I promise you no.
The thing is, I share, like, I overshare. I always think it's weird when they, like, put that fine line right there, where it's just like, wait a minute, but you're famous. Nah, dude, fuck you.
No one cares about this man's sex life. He's not a public servant. He's not even in public trust. He's not married. All this
fuck off.
Seems consensual. Who cares where they get their Twitch opinions from? Christ. The wildest thing is that these stories are planted by Israeli
Nah, you're a public figure. Like, this is part of it, man.
operatives was like,
and you live in LA too. Like, this is some weak ass fucking like post millennial shit. I don't get it. Like, this might be like Gen Z. Like, I thought that Hassan was a millennial like myself. What is he, like 33, 34? I don't even know anymore. But like, realistically, shut the fuck up, Hassan.
15.
You want to fucking be able, like, you want to be out there fucking, but you got to be, I don't know, like, you're a public figure. Just fucking be like, yeah. So I fucked her. Okay.
monthly criminal rapes on their.
It's the fact that you're just like, I want to have sex privately and not have anybody get exposed for it. I don't care. Whatever.
Names. I literally don't understand all the moral confusion right now. If someone's in public
Old
office,
man
their sex
Pep.
life or
Yes,
abuse of
I am.
power makes them open to black.
Yeah. Yeah. Back in my day, when you wanted to get your dick wet, you had to go to the classify ads.
Well, yes, that's a public issue. That's why Kim Paxton's and Graham Plattner's gross behavior is now our collective business against our will.
100% privacy. Privacy is so 20th century. No, when you're a Hassan Piker and you literally talk about, like, dude, we get it. You're fucking OF models. Cool. Good for you. I'm genuinely happy for you. Get your dick wet. But also, you're 34 years old. Maybe think about fucking trying to date.
But in no world do we have to peer into the
Because
bedroom
now
with everyone with
it
a
is
podcast
kind of
or
that superficial fucking you live in LA and you just get fucked all the time fucking bullshit.
a Substack or a YouTube channel or whatever. It seems like there's
but
an
if you want that, cool. But just admit it. But here's the thing: you're not doing that. You're playing this fucking like coy boy.
assumption that all of this should be fascinating. This is just not that interesting. The whole world doesn't need to be caller daddy lordy. When I hang out with Hassan, he won't stop shoving the porno laptop in my face to tell him, Hassan, stop. It's time to read this chapter of the Grundrisse. But he always says, no, we must watch porno now. Oh boy. I said, oh boy, here comes another article. There seems to have been a mistake. I thought we were going to read Marxist literature. Look at the fucking laptop. I have your Times article in here. Nice. So, yeah, Grundrisse, more.
Was I listening? No, I wasn't.
Or like goon.
No, I've checked out of this segment like probably 10 minutes ago, to be completely honest. I'm just chatting.
Drizza. The sex pestiny community claims Epstein is the only one to defeat Trump.
I
Yet
don't give a shit about Hassan or who he fucks or what he does. I genuinely don't. Good for him. I'm glad that he's famous. I'm glad that he does what he does. But the thing that I don't like is the fact that he just constantly fucking he tries to be this normie. He tries to play the normie game. You don't get to do that when you're the fucking, you got millions of followers and this is your whole thing.
Epstein's
like, sorry. I would gladly give that shit up.
Top guy Stockman is sending shit to MAGA media.
If it meant that I had the money that he has and I don't have to fucking worry about my life, fuck yeah.
About this shit.
Fucking know everything about my life.
And Diddy Stockman
Don't
are
give a
behind us
shit.
100%. I swear to God, they're the saddest multimillionaires that ever exist. Middle-aged men with millions, wives, and kids. And this is how they choose to spend their lives obsessing over you.
Honest, Pep.
You and stalking your every step and breath. Pathetic existence. If I were you, at least it would make me happy knowing that these freaks don't have happy lives. People with fulfilled lives don't do this. Yeah. Yeah, the sex pest, Epstein.
No, it's not even fulfilled lives. It's literally non-fulfilled sex lives. No, bro. Some people get jealous. Yeah, it's great. Go, as I said, go get your dick wet. But just be honest about it.
Recently got outed for doing.
It's either do this thing where you fucking are proud of it and you just fucking kind of, you don't have to flaunt it like fucking bro style, but you can just be like, yeah, so what? I'm with her. Cool. Whatever. But he knows that that's going to make his audience kind of fucking look at him a little less serious. That's why he's even afraid of this, is because he doesn't want to be seen as just a fuckboy. But he's a fuckboy. Bottom line.
Play with another.
But he doesn't want to own that he's just a fuckboy.
other Groiper's wife and involved each other's children, apparently.
I mean, am I really that wrong? Am I that far off on this one? Because it's true.
Like,
I don't
that
think
guy
I'm far off.
has
I'm
a
just asking your
litany
opinions
of
on this.
controversies on a fucking weekly basis. But the problem for me, you might be wondering, what the fuck does some random Zionist liberal debate pervert and
No, what got me to believe the shock collar thing was I've actually like seen a shock collar used, and it seemed like a shock collar.
his controversies have to do with you? Because every time he's involved, he's embroiled in another scandal. Okay,
Like the fact that she reacted that way and he reached, yeah, that was a shock collar. My neighbor uses a shock collar to fucking get their dog away from the fence from my dog. Am I, you know what? I would love to cancel them, but I can't.
his dick in his fucking pants, and he has like.
But I'll also be completely real. When they hit that fucking beep, 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 and their dog leaves the fence, my dog leaves the fence. So I'm kind of just like, all right.
Weird ass sexual fantasies.
It's like,
every
hey,
time that shit happens.
got your dog away?
Every time that shit happens.
I guess I'll just fucking not, like, honestly, guys, this is how I live my life. My wife, like, recently just had, like, a life or, you know, like a, what could have been life or death situation. Just in general, had a fucked up, like, year. And realistically, this is where I'm at, man.
Boom. Immediately, his fan base is like, well, what about Hassan? It's so funny when you guys try to lie about Hassan because it's always projection. Always. Bro, just stick to your own controversies, man. You don't have to get me fucking involved in this shit by lying every single goddamn time. Yeah, his own son is clowning on him. His own son's a groiper. His own son's a neo-Nazi. You should see the DH play stuff. It's gross. I just don't care enough to cover that shit, okay? Unlike them, I feel like there's more serious things to talk about, right? Unfortunately, I keep finding myself...
no, that's not fair, Sylvie.
In the crosshairs.
I watched what that one dog trainer said, and then I fucking went, okay, I can believe that. And then I saw, like, I took the evidence, and then I made my assessment. Now I will also be fair here. He did it to himself.
Of some of the most insane people, and have to.
He's the one who held up the collar. He's the one that had the fucking prongs fucking not like, I don't know, man. Like, this is the shock collar discourse. I thought we were done with this, but to be real, Sylvie, I'm gonna like just say it. He did it to himself.
Deal with that nonsense
Fucking
on a
A.
daily fucking basis. Because the only group that
he didn't need to have that electric device on her collar to begin with, but
I've mentioned
whatever.
this before. There's only one group, right, that has institutional power that behaves like fucking sweaty.
He was just talking shit about sleeping around. Now he wants to be serious. Yeah.
Neo-Nazi.
Yeah, this is the difference between me and his son. I never want to conflate what I am.
He's doing Gamergate, and that is the Zionist lobby. Okay? That's it. The Zionist lobby and the Hasbara machine.
Again, Sylvie, you're acting like I didn't come, like, all due respect, you didn't bring me to that. I did it myself. I watched a fucking dog trainer say that, yeah, this is the brand of collar. This is what we call a vibration collar. Now, could he speak to whether or not he was using a shock collar before? Because they do associate the shock with the vibration.
Is the only group that is like a well-respected.
I also know something about dog training. I've had dogs for a long time. This one, too. He was on a vibration collar, too. You know why? Because at some point in his life, he was put on a fucking shock collar. Wasn't me, but he was, and it was in his fucking file. So I was just like, okay, so you're telling me that if I use the beep, 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 then he might back off? It's like, okay,
Respected group.
But that's also where I do associate, where I'm like, okay, maybe but Hassan has had her since she was a real baby puppy. Like, I got Stan from a farm in Oklahoma.
That actually has institutional motion.
That sent him here to a no-kill shelter because he was, I guess, kind of fucked up.
Exactly like Gamergate perverts do. They'll dox you. They'll come after you. It doesn't matter what the targets are. They'll A-log you. It's fucking Kiwi Farms.
The shock is to train, so yeah, then you pull the pins and then you use vibrate. Yes.
That's literally what the Canary mission is, right? They're vicious. But once again, As I always say, in the aftermath of these sorts of attacks that are completely psychotic and a major violation of my privacy and just outright smears in general, what do I always say? I am unbowed, okay? They can't tackle the message, so they try to shoot the messenger. And sometimes they literally want the messenger to be shot and killed. Ridiculous.
I don't know. The one thing that bothers me about Hassan the most is the fact that he can't just ever own a fucking L. And it's not even the shock collar shit. It's just the fact like that, where it's just like, dude, just fucking like say you don't care or any of that bullshit. But it's like, whatever, man. Whatever. I appreciate that we actually discuss shit here. Yeah, isn't that nice? People just don't take one side and they just fucking like take off or whatever. The UK is in shambles because our thrift shops were relying on him to save us. He does not shop at thrift stores. He actually spends a lot of money to like look like he shops at thrift stores, which is kind of sad. Or he like buys vintage pieces. Like, dude, he's got money, and trust me, like. You can look at the Gucci glasses, and this isn't the right-wing attacks. It is just true. Like, I know how to recognize fashion. Because, yeah, believe it or not, I am kind of interested in some of that stuff, but I also, you wouldn't catch me dead fucking spending full money at, like, full price on that shit. I would tell you right away, it's like, I got this either at an antique store, or I got it at fucking TJ Maxx on super sale. But whatever, I'm not here to fucking glaze nor detract from it. Watching Hassan, I think that what he does is great. But this is what happens every time that we fucking like tend to talk about him. It's just whatever. Like I said, if he could just own it, dude. If he, like, honestly, house discourse. Take us on a tour of your fucking house. You borderline do it with all the selfies and all that shit. Like, yes, you don't need to map out your house because that is also a different type of dangerous. But realistically, like, dude, just fucking, you know, when everybody's like, this is a normal house. It's like, yeah, but you got millionaires coming there. Like, when Jennifer Welch comes there and says, oh, you just have a normal house? Fuck off. There is a YouTube short you need to see in suggestions. All right, give me 1 second. Kyle Kalinske? Is that it? Is this the Hassan one where he's banned, or is it the Asmongold? I don't see any short. Wait, is this it?
Hey guys.
No, this was the full video. Now we are Pister Parker. I don't give a crap. He can keep his shit on the message, and I would love him. He made himself Gucci, socialist Jesus. Well, realistically, yeah, that is actually part of it. Like, a lot of people have to like do mental gymnastics to kind of like they'll be like, oh, well, it's okay if he does it because he's like honest. But like, again, if I fucking God forbid I show up here with like a nice watch or some shit, like, I don't know, I think it'd be the same shit. Well, I'll be honest. In my case, it is a little different because, like, yeah, if I show up with a nice watch while I can't pay my fucking medical bills, that's called bad budgeting and also just being stupid with your money. It's no different than MAGA chuds. Yeah. That's why I'm not trying to be a MAGA chud. Literally, go follow. Guys, I'm not a Hassan hater. I'm not a fucking follower. Go and follow Hassan and watch his content, then make up your own mind. I don't care. I would love to talk to the guy. I would love to do a collab. But you know what? I'm also not sucking his dick. I'm not going out there and being like, oh my God, I love Hassan's content. Oh, I love the, like, fuck you. Not doing it. I'm going to be critical of every fucking content creator, whether or not they are on the left or right, and I'm just going to say what I fucking think. If I'm wrong, I will fucking gladly retract my statement and go, I was wrong. I have been met. I had somebody fucking approach me with some new knowledge, and now I am wrong. Plain and simple. That's the difference, where a lot of people are not used to that with content creation. And this is also to my, like, this is my detriment because, yeah, you know what? Not a lot of people are like that in content creation. I saw memes on socials. Gives good leftist messaging. If it stopped there, I would be a fanboy all day. Easy to do. When a man. Oh yeah. No, I mean, and again, yeah, goon over him. I don't give a shit. Like, yes, objectively, good looking dude. Cool. Works on himself. Like, I ain't never gonna be like a Hassan because I like to smoke too much. I love to fucking smoke some weed and just fucking chill. But you supporting mass deportations? Fuck no. Mass deportations are stupid. You gotta do targeted deportations, you know? Actually get the criminals, not just people from Home Depot parking lots. But I thought you cared about crime and all that. But you know what's weird? Latin Kings are still in Chicago. You'd think that under this Trump regime, there wouldn't be any fucking Latin Kings, but here they are. It's almost like that's part of the whole thing. It's not like it's about crime, it's just making sure that they're not there for the next fucking census. And then they also know that they can go after these other guys because the criminals aren't the ones that, like, you know, they're not the ones going out trying to fucking put themselves on any voting rolls or any of that shit. I think that, I just think that you turn off parts of your critical brain when talking about, no, I don't. I'm literally being critical about him and everything else. Sylvia, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but I could say the same for you, because I could say the same that you're like being a fucking fanboy for him. I would say the same thing if you were out there defending me like this, where it's like, okay. The thing is, I'm a little more open with my life than Hassan is. Let's be real. 420. Hassan's not married, so it's not as comfortable for him. He has a dating life. He has like shit that like no. I'm open. I'm an open fucking book. But you know what? You said parts? Nah, I really don't. I'm just being fair. I would say this about anybody. I would literally say this about any other creator. I'm not trying to, like, again, I'm not glazing him. I'm not trying to detract from watching him. I'm just saying these are my issues when I watch him. So you said parts, but even with those parts, I'm just saying, like, no, I don't think so. I think that I'm pretty fair, and realistically, no, he does keep things like Sylvie. For as honest as you like to think that Hassan is with you guys, he's not. He hides it, like listen. I grew up with Howard Stern and people that like just talked about who they fucked and like, you know, all that kind of bullshit like it was nothing. Then you got Hassan here acting like that's the only thing that's holy, especially when he's out there allegedly with fucking famous people. Like, come on, man. Like, bullshit. Like, you live in the land of TMZ. Like, I get that it's like, oh, like TMZ's cringe and shit, but realistically, celebrity culture, celebrity sex life, that's a fucking, like, it's an interest piece. Outside of politics, people love that shit because honestly, they don't get enough themselves. They got fucking way too much time on their hands. I don't care. It's just what it is. But this is where I don't have any sympathy for the man. Fucking, yeah, you're gonna have this shit happen to you, bro. Dude, I am a fucking 20 viewer, Andy, if that, and I signed up for that. I'm a fucking public figure. I literally got fucking threatened today that somebody was going to dox me and that somebody was going to fucking lock my stream key. So I don't know, Sylvie. I don't know. Like, maybe, I don't know. I'm going to just shut up because honestly, I don't want to fucking start a fight and I think it's stupid anyway. But I hope that you can think a little more on the other side of this where it's like, no, I'm not being bad faith about this. I don't think that I'm really out of, pocket at all here, but just want to put it out there that Hassan went to who cares? Oh, wait, a brothel that was raided for, that is fucked up. Not sure if that's entirely true, but was this in Las Vegas? Yeah, this is the nice part about being married with a non-problematic sex life. It's like, yeah, catch me doing anything, weird like that. Because realistically, Is it true, though? And why was he there? It was a normal visit. It was raided after he went. I know nothing about this, so I'm not even going to have an opinion on it. Okay. Hey, Darkblade, do you care about, like, Republicans also getting picked up by cops? You know, how about the January 6th? Like, I'm going to play the whataboutism. If you care so much about Hassan, then you care about Republicans getting picked up for the same thing, right? Like, but no. I don't think that he fucks kids in any way, shape, or form. What I do think he does is I think that he has had some relationships with a bunch of OF fans. Like, the man probably likes to get his dick wet, which is fine. I don't give a fuck. Good for him, but own it, motherfucker. This fucking, I'm gonna play coy because I don't want people to think that I'm gross. Like, fuck off. Anyway. Alrighty. Well. Dessert trolls. Yeah, I know. Fucking A, dude. I'm about to wrap up here. Actually, I do gotta wrap up here. Gotta get going. So... let's see. Yeah, no one cares, Trev. Notorious fucking Israeli activists. You mean Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur? You mean the only family unit that's ever really been banned from the UK in tandem? Yeah, it's not problematic that the Israeli lobby has something to say about that. That's whatever, man. We get it. You're a Hassan hater. See, Sylvie, why don't you focus this energy on jackasses like that? This is my problem. Like, go after this numbnuts. I defend everyone I think is in need of defense. As I said before, if you remember, I just defended Sandra. Yeah, I understand that. That's why I'm not trying to say that you're just a fucking glazer. I'm just saying that, like, you might have a blind spot here. Jesus Christ, I'm not trying to fight you. But as I said, Sylvie, fucking Twitch, there you go. Like, I'm not sure if you can see it. Oh, that's right. The chat might not be up. So yeah, Sylvie, there's somebody over in the Twitch chat that is, hating on Hassan. Why don't you head on over there, discuss this with him for, the next 2 to 3 minutes, then I'm going to be live. He's young and hot and in Los Angeles. It's not polite to really air that part of your life if you're trying to be taken seriously in your career. Yeah, then, I don't know, maybe buckle it down. Don't do things that, I don't know, might become fucking tabloid news. Like, this is realistically where I'm going to sound Puritan as fuck, but that's what it is. Get married, Hassan. Seriously. Or, like, I don't know, start dating. Like, but this idea that it's like, okay, his sex life can't be under scrutiny when he's going to literally be a fucking, like, no. As I said, I know this is fucked up, but I think that he should expect this because of the fucking field he's in. And yeah, this is what they do. They go after this shit. So maybe don't be weird about it. Hassan's dating Valkyrie? I don't think he is anymore. I think that he's out there fucking whoever the fuck he wants to fuck, and I don't care. Like I said, good for him. He just needs to own it. Maybe everyone else should. Nah. Fuck off. Sylvie, I'll say it. No, it's literally part of like everybody's interested. You're interested, like, even in your, like, when you hear like like if you just heard a fucking fight about you fucked her behind my back, you'd be like, no, this is what, like, gets people involved. Like, yeah, I get it. Whatever, it's weird, but it's also it's what happens. Just own it. What I think is weird when people are just so fucking coy about their sex life. But this is where I am a little different. I'm very, very open with everything about my life, including my sex life. My sex life just isn't interesting. I've been married to the same woman for a long time. I don't fuck around, and we're very vanilla about our stuff. This is just, that's how it goes. Hey, at Pep Talks, I lurk sometimes. I respect you as a political commentator. Thank you. I appreciate that. Trav, if you do not already follow over on Twitch, that'd be awesome. Appreciate that. But like I said, Sylvie, we'll agree to disagree on this one. If you think that Hassan deserves privacy and people not lurking into his life, that's fine. I just happen to kind of disagree with you on that. He is a... You do follow YouTube. Yeah, I meant YouTube because you are over there. So yes, you can follow me over on YouTube here. There you go. Sub over on YouTube. I'm not going to do another segment. Fuck that. When was the last time you touched grass? Follow, thank you. Are you a Hassan hate orbit bot? I mean, the fact is, too many people do hate on Hassan as it is, and I think that it is to detract from the serious shit that he does. Now, like I said, if he's planning on being a politician, then, I don't know, be careful with that shit. Just be more open with it. Like, there's one thing I learned from Howard Stern is just tell people. What is sex embarrassing? What's embarrassing about it? Like, I'm not saying he has to fucking dox every one of his fucking, partners, but he can just be like, yeah, your boy's out there getting his dick wet. And he doesn't have to be gross about it. He doesn't have to be a fucking Howard Stern or shock jock about it. But realistically, Jesus Christ, be fucking so up in arms about, like, oh, now people are interested in who I might be getting my dick wet with. Whoa! Oh, shut up. You don't care. But yeah, we should stop. This delay is making the exchange hard. Well, you know how that goes. Why aren't you over on Twitch already? Whatever, it's fine. All right, guys. But no, I really do got to get going here. All right, I do appreciate y'all hanging out. I will be live tomorrow. Just keep your notifications on. And also check out the Discord. I will be bringing... or putting the notification there. Cool hangout, Pep. I'll come back more often. Thanks. Appreciate that. Where are you going? I have got to go to the hospital. My wife is, she is post-surgery, so I got to go. Time to get to the hospital. So, like I said, guys, if you haven't already followed, please do. If you haven't already subscribed, please do. And also hit that like button. Double tap the screen. Really, really helps out my stream. Please get it out there again, and I appreciate that. Not you again. Oh, God. Yeah, take care, Uni. Thank you, Natch. I really appreciate that. Enjoy dinner with the wife. Well, I mean, I'm not really having dinner. I'll probably have to grab dinner on the way there. But I do appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you again. I will catch you on the next one. Good night. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.